One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham. Breaking news into the Fanfare newsfeed.
Well, good morning, everybody. Good Wednesday morning. You know, I was just sitting at home, putting together my stuff for my 4 o'clock show. And as we're getting ready for the 4 o'clock show, bada bing, bada boom, President Trump decides he's going to host an emergency press conference. I don't know if it's an emergency as much as he decided he was going to hold a 10 o'clock a.m. press conference. So here we are, all about to see President Trump walk out. And I just want to temper things a little bit because right now the media has absolutely lost their mind. I posted something earlier this morning. What time did I post this? I posted this as soon as I woke up. I posted this at 7:18 a.m. Excuse me, at 7:18 a.m. I posted this. I said, prepare yourselves for what is about to happen. The deep state can't possibly allow Trump to appear even remotely successful in Iran. Their political survival mandates that they attack, and they have to continue attack. They cannot let this appear any way, shape, or form as though President Trump is having a victory. But Trump, this is what I really feel, but Trump knows that. And so we just have to watch the rest of this movie unfold as we see exactly what happens. There's going to be a lot of stuff that you're going to hear today, maybe not everything, but as I said at 7:15 in the morning, right after that, I see this. And everybody else saw it. This was posted at 7:33. So let me show the timestamp. Right after I posted at 7:18, CNN posted this at 7:33 this morning. And it says, excuse me, the agreement between Iran and the U.S. lays out the terms of the ceasefire between the bitter rivals, the reopening of the strait, some financial relief for Iran, and reiteration of Tehran that it will never produce a nuclear weapon, according to a draft copy of the text obtained by CNN. that last part is what you have to focus on. A draft copy received by CNN. Notice they don't say where they got it from. They don't say whose text it was. Quickly, shortly thereafter, this is at 7, right after they posted it, Stephen Chung, excuse me, one of the people works with Caroline Levitt, says the supposed text of the MOU that was obtained by CNN does not reflect the language of the actual MOU. That being said, everybody is lying their collective asses off. Everybody has gotten their talking points and they have said, this is what it says. They want to be the people who break not the agreement. They're trying to break Trump. They're trying to break your spirit. They're trying to break America. They don't want a success. And so now they're all out there just saying all kinds of crazy things, leaking this stuff about $300 million. It's insane what's going on, but it's expected. And I've even seen people on my responses on X, and I've seen people here in the chat who are echoing the propaganda. And at this point, and with the stakes in this game, you have to temper what you consume. And that's why I think he's getting ready to have this press conference. I think he's getting ready to have this press conference to let everybody know, chill. We'll let you know when we let you know. Why is it that everybody right now is jumping the ship, telling you what they feel should be happening, telling you what they heard is in the agreement? Oh, he's already on and ready to go. Okay, here we go. Wow, that was quick. Let's do this.
Well, thank you very much. We had some great meetings in France. The group of people used to be the G8, now it's G7. I don't know if that was a good deal or not, but it's a G7, and we have a G2 coming up, and then we have a G20 coming up. You know what the G2 is, I think, most of you. But we had in particular some very good conversations with Prime Minister Modi, India. And we're doing trade deals. We're doing a lot of things. A lot of things are happening between the United States and India. The United States is doing the best we've ever done. We have over $19.2 trillion coming in, and we're building factories. We're building everything. And Prime Minister is building a lot in the United States. He's spending a lot of money in the United States, so we appreciate that job. But I just want to say he's been my friend for a long time now, and we've always had a great relationship, and it's great to be with you. Thank you very much. Great to be with you.
Thank you. राष्ट्रपति जी, आपसे मिलकर के बहुत खुशी हो रही है और पिछले वर्ष हम वाशिंगटन में मिले थे। उसके बाद हमारे संबंधों में एक नई गति आई है, नई ऊर्जा आई है और कई विषयों में हम बहुत मिल करके आगे चल रहे हैं।
Mr. President, it's a pleasure to meet you here in Avia. We had an extremely productive meeting in Washington last year, and since then we have given new speed and new energy to our relations, and we are working together on a number of areas.
और हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि हमारी दोनों टीमें भी मिलजुल करके हमने जो टारगेट तय किए उसको पूरा करने के लिए भरपूर प्रयास कर रहे हैं और हम बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं.
And we are also happy that our teams have also been working in close coordination and engagement, and they've been working towards achievement of the targets that we had set for ourselves last year.
एक्सेलेंसी, पश्चिम एशिया में शांति के जो प्रयास प्रगति हुई है, इसके लिए मैं आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं.
Mr. President, I commend you for your leadership on the progress that has been made in the efforts to restore peace in West Asia.
आपके इन प्रयासों के कारण पश्चिम एशिया में शांति की एक नई किरण नजर आ रही है और हम आशा करते हैं कि चिरस्थायी शांति बनेगी.
Thanks to your efforts, Mr. President, new hope for peace and stability in the region has been rekindled, and I'm confident that this will lead to a long-standing peace in the region.
एक्सेलेंसी, आप और हम सभी इस बात से सहमत हैं कि हॉर्मुज का खुला रहना एक वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए बहुत ही अनिवार्य है।
Mr. President, you and I agree that keeping the Strait of Hormuz open is vital for the global economy.
एक्सेलेंसी, हम हमेशा कहते रहे हैं कि फ्रीडम ऑफ नेविगेशन सुनिश्चित होना चाहिए और इस पर हम सब ने मिलकर के बल देना चाहिए।
India has consistently emphasized the importance of ensuring freedom of navigation, and we should work together and place a particular emphasis on that.
एक्सेलेंसी, आप जानते हैं कि मैरीटाइम ट्रेड की दुनिया में भारत के लाखों सी फेरर्स आज दुनिया के अलग अलग समुद्र में अपनी सेवाएं दे रहे हैं, विश्व की प्रगति में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दे रहे हैं और मैं समझता हूं कि उनकी सुरक्षा भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है।
Mr. President, you are aware across the world, Indian seafarers in hundreds of thousands are working and they're performing their duties across global maritime trade routes, including the Strait of Hormuz, and their safety is of utmost importance to us.
एक्सेलेंसी, समझौते के लिए शांति के प्रयासों में आपने भरपूर प्रयास किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि समझौते में सीफेरर की सुरक्षा भी सुनिश्चित होगी और उसको प्राथमिकता मिलेगी।
Mr. President, you made tremendous efforts towards reaching this understanding and this agreement, and I'm confident that the issue of seafarers will receive the highest priority during the implementation of this agreement.
एक्सेलेंसी, मैं फिर एक बार पश्चिम एशिया में शांति बहाल कराने के आपके भरसक प्रयासों का मैं पूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं और आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं।
Mr. President, once again, I deeply appreciate and I deeply commend your efforts in ensuring the restoration of peace and making efforts towards restoration of peace and stability in West Asia.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Friends, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. President. We just heard the Prime Minister praise your efforts, peace efforts in the Middle
Thank
East.
you.
Do you think you can carry the momentum from the Iran deal over to securing an end to the war in Ukraine? And can you tell us about your conversations with President Zelensky here at the G7?
Well, I had very good talks with President Zelensky and with President Putin, and we'd like to see that one end. I ended 8 wars, and to be honest with you, I thought this would have been one of the easier ones, but they're not liking each other too much, and that makes it much more difficult. But we're working. I had 2 good conversations with President Zelensky and with President Putin.
Will you let them build U.S. missiles or manufacture missiles, American missiles?
They would like to be able to do that. We'll take a look at it. They have asked about it. Steve?
How close are you to a U.S.-India trade deal?
Very close. We've been there for a little while, and he's a very tough negotiator. He's one of the toughest, actually. So you look at this man. I'll give you a lesson. He's the most beautiful-looking man. He looks so nice. He's like an angel. But actually, he's as tough as he's a killer. I don't want to. He's a killer. He's as tough as they come. But he looks so good. So he gets you by surprise. But there's few people like this. People say he's such a nice man. I said no, he's very tough. He's a tough trader, and he loves the Indian people, but he also loves the USA. We had Howdy Modi in Houston, remember? And the stadium was full. Right, remember that?
He did Namaste Trump in India.
That was great. And we'll be going to India sometime in the future.
President Trump, when will you go to India and how do you see Quad as well? This is a grouping that was started under your first term, and this is a grouping that all the 4 countries are looking forward to.
Well, we had a great visit last time in India. We opened up that new stadium, and I think there were 300,000-400,000 people. It seated like about 150,000, and there were 250,000 outside, and there were 100,000 on the grass. That was, I don't know if that record's ever been broken, but I had a great time in India.
Do you expect India to play any role in West Asia? I'm Siddhant from
Say it.
Do you expect India to play any role in West Asia?
Yeah, I do. I think India plays a big role in everything. As long as he's the leader, India's going to play a big role.
And you said many times that India has a great friend in United States, in Washington, D.C., in White House, till the time you are president. But some of your decisions recently caused trouble, concern in India. How would you like to assure people of India
Well, I said it. As long as I'm president, we have a great. They have a great friend in the White House. I don't know where there might have been trouble, but I don't think so. I can tell you, everyone here, they love India. They have tremendous respect for this man. Tremendous. Go ahead, ma'am.
Are there going to be sanctions that are going to be reimposed on Russia now that the focus has once again been shifted to the Ukraine-Russia war?
We are looking at that. We're seeing how far the price of oil comes down. It's really tumbling. It's, I guess, 74, 75 right now. So it's down. It's soon going to be at the number that it was 4 months ago. It's pretty amazing. And on top of that, we will have an Iran without a nuclear weapon, which I can tell you the Prime Minister feels very strongly about that, too.
What is Mr. President hear from European or G7 leaders?
They were to a leader, and we had G7 plus many others came, as you know. To a leader, they were thrilled. They could not have been happier. Well, this gentleman came, and that's a big get. He came, and they could not even believe that it happened. It happened quickly. But it really didn't happen quickly. It's been happening for a long time. It's been happening from my first term, when a very evil man named Soleimani was killed. That's when it started. And nobody else did this but Trump. You know, you look at our president, 47 years, Iran took advantage of the world, the Middle East, but the world. Nobody did anything. The Obama deal was one of the dumbest deals I've ever seen. It was a road to a nuclear weapon. My deal is a wall to a nuclear. You're not going to have it. It's a wall to a nuclear weapon.
On minesweepers, do you want the Europeans to send minesweeper votes? Did you talk about
We don't need them, but if they want to send them, I think it's good.
Has anyone committed to helping out?
Yes, all of them. All of them.
Which nations?
The ones that have that kind of equipment have. But every one of them have committed to being involved in some form.
And at this point, do you feel that Vladimir Putin is more responsible for the ongoing conflict in Ukraine?
Well, I don't want to comment on that because I'm trying to get it settled, and that doesn't make it easy.
Mr. President, you're on the cusp of making history with the possible peace in the Iran conflict.
I like this guy. Who is he? Do you know who that is? Your reporters are much nicer than my reporters. Go ahead.
But there is also a tragic loss of lives of Indian sailors recently, sir, in American strikes. Any words of condolences for the grieving families, sir?
Yeah, I do. I heard about that. It's a rough profession. There's no question about it. And we work together on it. This has been happening throughout time, but we work together on it. Yeah, certainly. We love all of those people. They're great people. Yeah, please.
How long do you expect Bill Pulte to be acting DNI?
Well, as long as it takes to get everybody else approved. I mean, they were doing a rush act, and we didn't get anything for it. Look, he's a very legitimate guy. He's very smart. He's a brilliant guy. Look at the job he did at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. I mean, it's worth probably $1 trillion right now. So we put him there, but all of a sudden it was like a rush act by the Democrats. And they said they were going to approve FISA. And I said, but we want FISA approved, but we want the Save America Act approved. Voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots, with exceptions, like for the military, you're sick, you're traveling, disabled. Very, open and generous. We also want no men playing in women's sports, so we want no transgender mutilization of our children. None. Those are 5 things that are 99% that's all we want. It's not a lot. The Save America Act. And that can be passed any way they want to pass it, but I'm not going to sign FISA unless it's done. And this was like a rush act. And it was a rush act by the Democrats. All of a sudden they want to get... And why are they afraid of this guy? I mean, they're so afraid of him, they'll do anything not to have Pulte go in there. He's a very capable guy, and they're worried about that.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
yes, ma'am, please.
You said the Iran deal, the text is still being finalized. How confident are you that this Friday signing will happen?
You're talking about this one, on the deal? Deals are amazing. I've done them all my life. I've gone into deals that were 100% and they don't happen. I've gone into deals that there was no chance of getting them done, and it happens, and they happen easily. So you never know with deals, do you? But you're going to find out pretty soon. I think it'll be done. They want to sign. They want to get back to a normal life. You know, we hit them very hard. Don't forget, you know, people talk about when this started. This didn't start 3-4 months ago. This started years ago when I took out Soleimani. That was a big event. There are those that say it was the biggest event in the Middle East in 50 years. So we took him out, and they became a much different country. And then I terminated the JCPOA, that's Barack Hussein Obama's horrible deal, that gave them a nuclear weapon. And I terminated it, and I stopped it. And then I stopped it a second time with the B-2 bombers. And these are all major events in the history of the world, in my opinion, because it prevented them from having a nuclear weapon. And now we're going to do it again, and we're going to see how it works out. So this is a memorandum of understanding, but it's a very strong one. This isn't just like a 2-paragraph. This is a long, pretty detailed memorandum that goes into a regular contract. I would think they would do it. If they don't, then that's okay. We'll have to start the process again. And we don't lose. We have the greatest military in the world. We had the greatest blockade. The naval blockade was 100% effective. And again, they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, all bombed out. I don't want to say the leaders, but first level of leader, gone. Second level of leaders, gone. Some of the third level of leaders, gone. And they want to make a deal. They are so ready to make a deal. Yeah. But you know what?
President Trump, the defense relationship between India and the United States. Sorry, I'm speaking. I won't.
That's okay.
Can you speak to the defense relationship between India and the United States?
I think it's a great relationship. I can tell you this, without having a contract, we don't have a contract. You'd have to write contract. But if they were attacked, we would be there to help them. How is that? Is that a good statement? Okay, come here, man. If anybody attacks that man, we're going to be there. Now, if there's a new leader, I'm not sure about it. Okay. If there's a new leader, I don't know about that. But if they're attacked and he's the leader, we're going to be there to help. And we have, and I will say this, and everybody says it. I had a great meeting 3 weeks ago with President Xi of China. We have the strongest military in the world by far, and I built it in my first term, and we're using it in my second term, and they gave some of it away stupidly in Afghanistan, as you know, and they spent a lot on Ukraine, $350 billion, but we have the most powerful military in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, which was 48 minutes, and now our relationship with Venezuela is great. We've paid for the cost of the war 40 times, taking millions of barrels out. Venezuela's benefiting. We're benefiting. Venezuela's benefiting. And then we go to Iran, and really in the first week, militarily, we defeated Iran. Nobody thought that could be done. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, do you want Israel to halt its military campaign?
No, I want Israel to be able to protect himself, but I do want them to use good judgment.
President Trump, highly skilled Indian professional to be getting more opportunities in the United States under your presidency?
What does that mean? What?
Well, highly skilled professionals to get more opportunities here in the U.S.
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, always.
Yeah.
We've always had tremendous relationships in terms of employment with India. Very talented people.
You've seen European leaders interact very warmly with you at the summit. Do you think that they're coming around to your worldview?
Well, I think they think I was right. I'm sort of always right. You know, when you get right down to it, I think they think I was right. They feel good. Now all of a sudden they all want to be involved. There's no reason to have them because it's pretty much over. But they all want to be involved. He'd be involved if I wanted, but we don't want to waste his time or his people. No, the European leaders, the meeting we had today was just the leaders. I don't even say the European, the leaders that we had met with. In addition to the 7, we had quite a few come in. They all were willing to get involved. Thank you. Thank you very much. We had a great meeting on AI. We had all the top people here, and it was a great meeting. And as you know, we're building tremendous numbers of plants, but AI, we're building the biggest in the world. We're number one in AI by a lot, and it was a very productive.
How's it going with Anthropic? The negotiations with Anthropic?
He was here, going fine. I think it's going fine.
Energy cooperation. How do you see energy cooperation? India is diversifying, buying more energy from across the world, including United States. I'm enhanceable from beyond. How do you see India buying energy from you?
India can do anything they want with us. We have the best relationship. We cannot be closer than we are. Would you say that, sir? I don't think we can be any closer. Both him and I and our nations, but it really starts with the two of us. We cannot be closer. Thank you very much.
I would volunteer. I would volunteer to just do that one day. Get the press out of here. Get out of here. I love it. I love it. All right. So that, unbelievably, was not the press conference. That was what they call a bilateral meeting. I got another bilateral meeting to show you with the head of Egypt in a little bit, but I want to go over what he just said. There's a couple nuggets that you guys might want to grasp on. He's going back. He number one, SV had said this to me just as the guy was walking out. Just want you to see this. It says, I will be doing a press conference in 45 minutes. This was posted, as you can see, at 10:01. So they did this first, then they pushed the press conference back. I'll then be heading to Versailles for dinner with French and other European leaders, and then back home to the White House tonight. The trip was a great success, but mostly what people want to talk about is the fact that Iran will not be having a nuclear weapon and that the Strait of Hormuz will immediately be opened. Great numbers in all categories for the United States economy, which we'll touch on, with more people working today than ever worked before. Over $19 trillion being invested in the USA, with factories and everything else happening, but importantly, recent stock market numbers are through the roof because of the settlement, and likewise, oil prices are tumbling down as well. Let me see if I can pull up that financial information that he spoke of, because here we go here with the financial information. 1 second, let me find where is it? Here we go. Here's the financial information as of right now. The Dow is over 52,000. Absolutely amazing. Record. S&P up, NASDAQ up. And interesting enough, all this is happening and oil kind of went up a little bit. In addition, you have the federal rate decision getting ready to happen. I mean, there's so much going on, so much happening simultaneously. The new Fed chairman, he's in today. They're going to make some sort of rate decision. You got all this going on with over in France and Iran, Trump popping up, doing this. It's crazy. It's very, very hard to keep handle on all this stuff. So here's the oil prices as of right now. Excuse me. Oil prices, see, it's going up. For some reason, oil started peaking. What do they know that we don't know? I don't know. But oil started, as you can see, in the last couple of hours, it has decided to rise back up to 77. We'll see what happens in that regard. Let's look at, this is silver. Silver is up as well. It's interesting that all of the indices are all up. Everything is up. Everything is green. That's very, 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 very weird, and seeing everything going up and doing well. Let me just play you a quick video from early this morning, since we're talking about the economy right now. Listen to this.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Rick Santella here, live at CME HQ with the breaking news of the morning, which is our advanced release for May retail sales. Headline number expected to be up 0.6%. Comes in stronger, up 0.9%. That would be the strongest since it was up 1.6 in March. That's the high water mark, and that was a one-year high. Now, if we strip out autos, and remember, Auto sales were only up about 1% in May, but it still remains rather strong. You strip out autos, you're up 0.8%. That would it would be the same area, up 1.9% in March. So that's where it comes to. So these have been running on the strong side.
All right, so you just saw the stock market numbers. You saw the oil prices. You saw gold. You saw silver. You're seeing information here that the retail sales beat expectations. Where the hell are all these people that are broke? Where are all the people who can't afford gas and their rent and everything else, the groceries that the liberals keep talking about? I can't find them. It doesn't seem like the economy can find them. I know a lot of people aren't in the stock market, so I understand that. I know a lot of people aren't in the gold or silver market. But I know a lot of people, almost every person, almost every single adult in America is involved in the retail market. How can the retail sales be going up if everybody is so broke? You tell me how that's possible.
If we strip out autos and gas, knowing that gas prices were up about, 7% in May, which is a couple percent more than they were up in April. So gas station sales are going to boost this number, and indeed they did. We're expecting up 0.3. It comes out up 0.5%, and that equals where we were last month. So it's back to back up 0.5%. The high water mark there was February, where it was up 0.8. And finally, if we look at the control number, which is core retail sales, it is quite strong, up 0.7. That would be the highest since it was 0.8 in March. It was 0.9 in February. So it's not so much that it's a bit lower than that. What we should look at is that it's been running pretty strong all year. We finished up last year unchanged, and the month before that up 0.2 in November. So these are rather strong numbers on the control side. And do remember, there's an inflationary element, of course, in retail sales. We need to.
Now, I'm looking in the chat and people are like, I'm broke, I'm broke. Guess what? They're not talking about you. Unfortunately, you're not broke enough to be a liberal. You're not their focus. Their focus is all the people they want to give free stuff to. They're the ones who are saying, oh, there's just millions of people who can't afford groceries, so we have to give them stuff. Broke is a relative term. People who feel like they're broke, they still pay their light bill. They're still going and getting groceries. They don't like it, but they're paying more for gas where they are. You don't count. Just make you understand, when you see Bernie and Elizabeth Warren and all these nut jobs talking about people can't afford this, they're talking about, well, the only option we need to do is give them more free stuff. They're talking about the people that they can invoke into their socialist mindset. You don't count. You don't want a handout. You're not looking like this, so please take care of me. You're saying, give me the opportunity, make things better, let gas be cheaper, I'll take care of myself. I hope that's how you're thinking. They don't give a rat's butt tootie about you. They need to put the, they're looking at the nest of illegals and welfare queens and SNAP benefit people. That's who they're talking about. That's why they constantly need to tax. Because there's just not enough of other people's money to go around. They have to keep grabbing more. You're probably not on SNAP benefits. You're probably not getting a free bus card. You're probably not getting the Obama phone. You don't count. Not at least in terms of who they're talking about. They're talking about people who they can control. The fact that you're sitting in this chat right now is you're not one of those people. So understand, when I say broke, that's who I'm talking about, because that's who they're talking about. You have to get that mindset. You're rich compared to the people they're talking about. I bet you're like, what? Yeah, you're doing okay. You've got a cell phone. You've got an internet connection somewhere. They're talking about taking even from you and giving to these people who want to fight on cruise ships. That's the difference. And so I just want to make sure when I say broke, I'm not talking about you because they don't care about you. They only care about the people they can control.
Pay attention to. If we look at yields, yields are hovering in a 10-year at 4.44, which is virtually unchanged. And if you look at a 2-year, 4.06, same scenario, virtually unchanged on this Fed day. And I would like to point out one thing here, and that is if we look at the oil market did briefly in the July contract, and I'm sure you know this, Joe, in the wee hours of the morning, it actually traded under 75. I believe the low is around 74.60. And I know that your guest is disappointed with what he's seen on the deal, but in the end, I can't tell you about the geopolitics here. What I can tell you is what the market's telling us. What the market's telling us is that at least some of the negative aspects of the conflict seem to be disappearing. And
bingo. I can't tell you about the geopolitics. Nobody really knows what this deal looks like. Nobody knows if this deal will ever be finalized. But the rest of us who are just looking at the indicators, the vital signs, we're like, this doesn't jive. And if you get that in your mind to say, okay, I'm going to wake up this morning, let me check my vital signs, but I'm not talking about your blood pressure or your pulse. Look at the economy. The numbers don't match what the Democrats are saying. They don't. That's why they never talk about it, because they don't want people understanding the true vital signs of what the Trump economy is doing. You have to do that on yourself, on your own, because they will never do it. You are not going to turn on any of the Facebooks or Twitters or people you follow, and they're going to say, hey, by the way, right now, here's the interest rate, and that's going to be followed up by the gold pricing, and here's the silver pricing, and here's the indices for May that shows that everything's looking really good. No, they'll never tell you that. They're just going to complain and complain and complain and try to get more and more and more people to wallow in misery instead of, as I always say, look where the puck is going. If we're seeing all this turmoil, and we've seen a war of some sort happen for the last couple months, and these are still the numbers, think about that for a second. If everything we've seen, all the craziness, all the insanity that these people keep talking about with bombs dropping, and these are still the numbers we have, and he hasn't even got going with the Federal Reserve, he hasn't even gotten going with the rest of the economy once it goes post-mortem is in place on Iran, what do you think's going to happen? That's the mindset. It's like, wait a second. I'm seeing green, 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 green. I'm seeing the numbers directly in regards to the economy, and everything looks great. Then why are we so worried? I'm not worried at all. I can't wait. I have so much anticipation. And one of the things following President Trump has done for me, it's given me comfort. I look at him. He's sitting there, he's smiling, he's doing his thing. Meanwhile, he's flying around the country getting no sleep, but he's still getting it done. He knows exactly what he's doing. They do too. That's why they're trying to get so much trepidation in people's mindset, because if they sat back and seriously looked at things, put it this way. You're driving on a trip. You're on a journey, and you got to go from here to there. And you're watching your gas gauge. And when it's like, half a tank, you're like, I'm good. When it's full, I'm really good. It doesn't really you don't start getting a little anxious until you see that last gas station sign, next gas 100 miles, and you look down and you got, over an eighth of a tank. That's when you start getting worried. But at the same time, like my father always said to me, don't ever call me if you run out of gas. If you run out of gas, that means you're not paying attention and you deserve what's happened to you, and then you got to get yourself out of it. I will make sure you have gas in your tank. You got to make sure you don't run out. And so here I am, 65, and I'm like, that's always stuck in me. If you're watching that thing go down, do you wait till it gets down to nothing, or do you start, okay, I'm good. Next couple days, I'm going to have to stop. Well, that's the same thing with this stuff. But for some reason, it hasn't gotten past half a tank. They wanted it to. They told you it would, but it didn't. He even told you, yeah, I thought that oil was going to go to $200 a barrel. It didn't. It didn't. The gas gauge never went past a half a tank. That should have been comforting when he was telling you, I expected 200. Like, wow, it didn't get there, huh? It only got to 100. And now you're seeing green everywhere. That should tell you something.
Maybe the most overriding issue ought to be how we look at the economy outside of the conflict. If you separate it, it certainly seems as though the baseline economy is doing quite well, and that's what
That's it. When you separate it, when you get away from Twitter and Facebook and everything else and stop listening to idiots, and you're like, wait a minute, let's put the war on this side of the shelf. Let's look at the economy over here. These two movies don't match. Somebody's lying to you if they're telling, oh my God, everything's horrible. Oh, the entire country's going to pot. There's no money. Sorry, I still got gas in my tank. I still see where we're going to be. So now, here we are on June 16th or 17th, June 17th. The war is about to end, maybe. And you're seeing all green lights ahead. You ever been in New York where you can see for a mile and you can see all the stoplights in front of you? If you're on Fifth Avenue or some of the Madison or some of the long streets, and you can see green lights all in front of you. And if you're ever lucky enough to hit that moment where you're going the right speed where you never stop, you can go for a long period of time and you're like green, 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 green. So right now, we are behind the wheel of a giant vehicle when all we can see is green lights. And what's happening is you got people in the media and panicans and rhinos running out in front of the road trying to obstruct what you're seeing. That's one of the best analogies I think I've ever made. They don't want you to see the green lights. No, something's happening. Epstein. Green lights. So one of the things he talked about as well this morning, which was very interesting, is, I don't know if this was a trap or not, but he spoke about Bill Pulte. And something weird is going around there, and I think he played, I seriously think he played the Republicans. Excuse me. I don't know if he's, so this is what happened. The Republicans agreed with the Democrats to remove very fair and talented Bill Pulte from serving as acting DNI in return for getting the FISA approved by the Democrats. So the Democrats said, if you get rid of Bill Pulte, we'll help you get your other guy. For some reason, we're terrified of Bill Pulte. We should know why. So if you get rid of him, we'll approve FISA. However, the Republicans moved so fast with the hearings of great Jay Clayton, the current U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, that Pulte would be gone before the Democrats would vote on FISA. Now the Democrats are saying they will vote against FISA. So the Republicans wound up having fulfilled their commitment, but then the Democrats broke the deal. In addition, the newly nominated U.S. Attorney, Jamie McDonald, must be confirmed and blue-slipped. Because of the ridiculous views of Republicans on blue-slipping, Democrats are often willing to nix it. I may not be able to get extraordinary Sullivan and Cromwell partner Jamie approved, and I don't want to take Jay Clayton away from the great job he's doing until Jamie's in place. All right, let me just go back a step there. The blue slipping is the Democrats can say, we don't want to do it. And there's some old parliamentary feature where they can just kill a nomination right in its tracks. Okay, so they were going to get Bill Pulte out. We're going to get him out of here for whatever reason, and it will give you the other guy. Then they get the other guy in, and they start playing games, and President Trump's like, this is not going to work. So he says, I don't want to take Jay Clayton away. Therefore, to add a slight bit of intrigue, but for the good of the nation and the people of our country, I will not approve FISA unless John Thune gets off his duff and attaches it to the Save America Act. And yesterday you saw SV gave me the video, John Thune's out there acting a fool. I can't do it. Crazy. It's not complicated, actually. The Republicans fell into a trap. Oh, surprising. They always fall into traps. You know why? It's not a trap. The Republicans are bumbling, stumbling fools, and they're not looking out for the country. They're looking out for themselves and their partners and their donors, and they're thinking about what's going to happen in November, and they're not supporting what President Trump is trying to do. So, regarding the, not complicated, okay. Regarding the approval of our great patriot, Jay Clayton, we are now canceling the Senate hearing today and will not be going forward until Jamie McDonald is approved to be the U.S. Attorney. In the meantime, you're not your worst friggin' nightmare. Bill Pulte will remain as the acting director of national intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. They thought they got rid of him. He's right back. If you don't do what I want you to do in the time frame that I want you to do it, this guy here, he's your destiny. It's coming. And we all know what that means. It means that they are absolutely terrified of what this guy is going to do. Ask Gavin Newsom. There's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes that I think has a lot to do also with this resurgence, not resurgence, the new surge of Democrat socialists getting involved in the government. The Democrats love the fact that these Democrat socialists, these commies, are winning offices. In Washington, they're about to elect a communist mayor. Trump said if she gets in, we are going to then take over Washington, D.C., which is going to be another fight in Congress. The Save America Act, and by the way, all these Democrat socialists, like 90% of them are being elected in blue cities, sanctuary cities. SV can speak to what the governor up there just did, I believe today or yesterday, where she signed another law, which will probably get stricken down, where she's going to give all of the electoral votes to whoever wins no matter what, which is not how it's supposed to be. So they're doing everything they possibly can to obstruct and cheat for the midterms, and he knows if we get this the Save America Act in place, it implodes. If we get voter ID, Steve Hilton will be the governor of California, and then everything else will fall into place. So now Bill Pulte is back in, and he's like, I'm in no hurry. You guys get your act together. We'll move from there. So there's so many different things happening in that regard. And then on top of everything else, the economy is purring along. Let me see, what else did I write down? Oh, Obama. People kept saying, why does he keep talking about Obama? Because I don't think, or maybe they have thought of what exactly is going on. They're focusing on everything to try and tear down this deal with Iran without knowing what the deal is. In fact, Trump said he may rip it up. So we don't know what the hell is going on, so they can't possibly know what's going on. He threw that curveball this morning. I mean, just rip it up, bomb them. What? That's probably why oil went up. Everything was going hunky-dory, and he walked out in front of a camera and said, if I don't like it, I might rip it up. What does that tell you? Think about that for a second. The President of the United States went on camera and said, if I don't like it, I may rip it up. If he's saying, if I don't like it, it pretty much means it's not final. He doesn't know what the end result's going to be, which is what I think we're going to hear in a press conference. What do you mean, if you don't like it? You wrote it. You were invited. No, if I don't like it, I'm going to rip it up and bomb the hell out of them. Well, what do you mean, if? Not a single one of those reporters asked that question. I can't believe they don't listen to what he says, because I wrote it down here. What do you mean, if? Here's where I really think is going on about this whole $300 billion thing. It's a ruse. It's making these people chase their tail, and they're running over here, and they're running over there, and they're complaining about this, and they think, I don't think Trump really cares about the $300 billion. I know some of you guys are thinking, what do you mean? I have always contended that the prize here wasn't even for Iran to stop bombing. And he knows Israel's going to defend itself. He just said that again. Hey, they got to defend themselves. So this deal means absolutely nothing. I think everybody has been chasing this, and they're not realizing what he really wants. He wants Obama's head on a on a stick. He wants that uranium. He wants to test that uranium. He wants to go full Nessun Dorma and say, they did it. They gave Iran all this stuff. The 300 billion and all this other stuff that people are chasing, it's a red herring, in my opinion. I think he already has his proof. He's waiting. I don't care. Doesn't look worried. I don't care. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'll bomb him again. I don't care. That's because that's not the prize, which is going to shock some of you. And you know, it's when you start looking around who people are looking at things from a 30,000-foot view, it start becoming more apparent. Understand the whole Nessun Dorma thing and what's going on with that. Let me show you something. The guy that SV and I both follow, I turned SV on to him because I'm like, you got to watch this guy. He knows something. This is from Clandestine. He says, while the normies are at each other's throats over the details of a deal, they have not read and does not exist. See, that's the other thing. Have you thought by chance that there is no deal yet? Do you think President Trump is making these people chase their tails? You got to release the text. There is no text. There's no deal. There might be one. But I just told you, if I don't like it, meaning there is no deal. It's not like I sign a contract and for a house and Robin says, can I see the contract? And I'm like, I'll show it to you in a couple of days. No, it's a contract. Here are the terms. On second, I could say I made him an offer, and if they don't like their offer, I'm going to rip it up and go look at another house. President Trump just gave you a giant clue. If I don't like it, I will rip it up and bomb the hell out of them. And it just went over everybody's head. But let's continue with what Clandestine said here. It says, I'm on cloud nine because I can see what's happening. Obama, his co-conspirators, and his handlers are being hunted. I think President Trump did say something at one point, I'm the hunter now. Do you remember that? You remember when it was at not a press conference, but they were fixing something outside, the new flagpoles, and he just turned and looked at a reporter and go, I was the hunted, now I'm the hunter. You remember that? And he says, the uranium is the key that unlocks the door of all doors. The uranium carries an isotopic signature, as you saw in the movie Sum of All Fears, that can be traced to its origin, and will confirm if any other nations or entities supplied Iran with the uranium. Flashback to June 7th, 2026, just 9 days ago, Trump said that Iran got all the uranium during his term. Trump seems to be suggesting that someone supplied Iran with uranium during the Obama administration. It doesn't take a lot of detective work to deduce that Trump is almost assuredly referring to uranium-1, which he has called out as a plethora of times in the past, calling out Hillary and Obama for giving 20% of our uranium to Russia. You can go back and look at all this. If you weren't following the whole uranium-1 scandal, now might be a time to go back and start looking at that. If any uranium in Iran is found to have originated from uranium-1, as Trump has hinted, Obama, Hillary, and the entire brass of the Obama administration would be guilty of treason for supplying WNDs to our enemies in wartime. Let that sink in. If he can get his hands on this uranium, this dust, and they can test it, and they can determine with great accuracy that it came from the Obama deal with Hillary, they're all going to swing. There's no way out of it. So when you think when you think to yourself, President Trump is looking for the fifth jewel to put on his hand there. That fifth jewel that will basically eliminate, not suppress, eliminate the Democrat Party. He's playing for keeps, which is why he can say, I don't care about the midterms. Nobody asked, why would you not care about the midterms? Because I'm about to put this fifth jewel here, which means he probably already has a good idea what he's about to find. And if you start looking at those kind of breadcrumbs, then you realize his statements, I don't care about the midterm. The economy's going to be fine. We're not worried about that. I am worried about one thing and one thing only right now. At this stage of my presidency, this is the only thing that I'm worried about. Why is that?
When I get back into the Oval Office, I will totally obliterate the deep state. They will be obliterated.
A truer statement was never made by any president or candidate. How do you obliterate, excuse me, how do you obliterate the deep state? You obliterate them by doing this. Sorry. Frog in the morning here. All right, so let's continue here. It would be treason, enemy, but there's also no way that a crime of this magnitude could be tried in civilian courts. It would have to be handled by the military via tribunal. So don't have to worry about the lame district court judge causing any issues. That's what's at stake here. That's why the uranium is so important, and that's why Trump's main focus the entire time has been getting his hands on uranium. We get the uranium, the entire house of cards comes crashing down. As for how many assets get unfrozen or how much neighboring nations invest down the road, I couldn't care less. I don't care either. If we get the uranium, all the other problems take care of themselves. That is what I believe we all need to be focused on. Everything else are just shiny objects that they're trying to get your eyes on. This is the kind of stuff that's going to make or break things. I mean, it's painfully obvious to me at this point. The words he's been saying, the methods he's been using, all of that just shows me that that's where he's going. SV, what you got, man? I hear my phone buzzing, so I think you must have something.
Man, I have a bunch of stuff. I was going to give you a little break. Just cut to me and get a drink of water. I can run it for a little bit.
I don't know if I have it. Wait, do I have a solo camera on you so I can go get some tea here? Wait a second.
Seriously, I'll read a few things, and I don't need to have.
Here we go. Go ahead.
Poster. All right. Well, good morning, fanfare. I have some news for you. I was going to update something, Barry, earlier to ask why there was a slight uptick in the oil prices today. Well, the main catalyst for today's uptick was comments from President Trump warning that the memorandum of understanding with Iran is not final and that the U.S. can resume military action. That means like dropping bombs, etc., if Iran does not behave. So that's why there was a slight uptick in the oil prices. I also read earlier that Donald Trump has invoked the Defense Production Act to allow the Secretary of War to shore up munitions supply chains for critical parts such as motors, igniters, and guidance systems. He usually does that when they want to keep the flow of munitions coming in, so that way we always have an adequate supply to handle all the threats around the world. Okay, and here's a story here from Eric Doherty. This is very important.
Before you go, this is what you're talking about, right? The Defense Production Act.
Yes. So that he declared, that's something that the president can do during times of war, which is needed.
The print is too small for me. When did he?
June 11th.
June 11th.
June 11th. Yeah.
And they're just posting this now. Wow.
Yeah. Well, OSINT, I like them. They generally, I definitely verify stuff, but that does look legit. The other story I had for you, Barry, was from Eric Doherty. It's the post about the Trump Labor Department is going to soon cut off unemployment insurance funds.
I love this. I absolutely love this.
Yeah, so this is going to be a little read, so give you a chance to have a glass of water. All right, so for the first time in history, The Trump Labor Department could soon cut off blue states' unemployment insurance funds if they refuse to comply on fraud. He says a person with one social security number could get multiple benefits in multiple states. Doesn't surprise me. So they're saying, do it, bring maximum FAFO. He says, I will be the first Secretary of Labor to cut off the state's administrative funding because of the leadership of the Vice President and the task force and the President's commitment to stopping fraud. I will essentially cut off the state's administrative funds, and then they won't be able to administer this unemployment insurance due to the fraud. Now we want to make sure that people who are actually eligible for this, who need to get back in the workforce, are getting it. But this is going to be on the governors. Good luck, Newsom, and especially the Democratic governors, and that's where the states will receive the highest fraud. So they are on notice, and they will be hurting their own citizens if they continue to allow people's taxpayer dollars to be stolen. I don't think they give a crap.
No, they don't. They don't care. But again, it's another indication of it all coming together at the same time. It's all
this fraud stuff.
It's wild because they can't seem to fight all the battles that they're having to face, and that's probably why Newsom was freaking out. No, they can't do it.
I have a story. You're a real estate expert, right? I believe you know a lot about it. So that story from Jennifer Van Laar, she was a lady who came up with all the facts about Newsom, his fraud. Is this legit? Are you allowed to do that? She did that story back in 2020, and she was patting herself on the back, saying, "Hey, I posted this back in July 25th, 2020." So is that legit? Can you do that?
All right, so here is the thing, and a lot of people remember I have said very often that there's a set of rules that one group of people plays by, and there's a set of rules that other people play by, both legal, except she leaves something out of that headline. And she said Gavin Newsom's $3.7 million estate was gifted to him in 2019, but she doesn't say by who. And unless we saw the whole story, you can't really comment on it. I'm going to show you why. Excuse me. Okay. And then 3 months later, he got a $2.7 million tax-free cash out. All right. So let me see if I can look it up real quick. But you can gift your daughter, your son, you can gift them a huge amount. I think it's like $11 million. Let me see if I can find that real quick. How much can you gift? It's a crazy amount of money. How much can you gift a child? And it doesn't necessarily talk about being a small child. All right, so I want to show you this. Let me see if I can bring it up. All right, hold on, because this is specifically what SV was talking about. And it gets very interesting the further you get into this. All right, so in 2026, you can gift a child up to $10,000 per year and $38,000 for married couple without triggering any IRS reporting requirements. That's just for tax purposes. Then you get down here, and it's going to say what your maximum amount is per year. They don't show it, but you can go up to something like $10 million. Excuse me. Where is it here? There you go. The annual gift is $19,000 per person, up per year, $38,000. I'm waiting for the big amount, but there's something. I'll look it up real quick.
Sure.
But it's like 10 million. So depending on who it came from is what the thing is. So when you're seeing this, it said he was gifted a $3.7 million estate. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing at all wrong with that.
Okay.
Depending upon who it came from, and and for some reason. That's not shown. Maybe in the rest of the article we can look at it. And then it said he got a $2.7 million tax-free cash out because that's really simple. Let me explain to you how that works. I give Ashley $1 million and I tell her, I'm going to gift you this house, $1 million house. I'm going to put this $1 million house in your name. Perfectly legal. Then Ashley could then go to a bank and say, I'd like a home equity line of credit, and I'd like to pull out $800,000 of it. tax-free. Why is it tax-free? Because it's the proceeds of a loan. And I know this. Probably some people are here going, "Are you kidding me?" No. Here's your house. Tax. I mean, no, you got no payments. You get it. It's been gifted to you, and now I want to pull cash out, which is tax free. The proceeds of a loan, and obviously, if you have $1 million house with no mortgage on it, getting $800,000 is going to be of no problem whatsoever. So.
Nice.
Getting a $3.7 million house and then having somebody giving you a $2.7 million tax-free cash out, everything she wrote there is completely legal.
Okay.
Question comes in is who gifted it to you and why did that?
Right.
As a parent, as a parent-child relationship, that's an easy one. It's my child. I want to make sure she's got something. Okay. However, if you
Political donation.
Yeah, if you remember back to the whole Epstein thing, the guy who, what's his name? Wexner, I believe, the guy who owned Victoria's Secret, he gifted Jeffrey Epstein an $80 million mansion in New York. That's not his father. Why the hell would you give somebody an $80 million mansion? So, but even then, it was legal.
Yeah.
And so the question that SV just asked you or just stated shows you the inner workings of how this stuff works, and it's completely flipping legal. Unless you can prove that the 3.7 million that Gavin got came from, cocaine sales, which I'm sure that people who would gift $3.7 million already know how to clean the money.
Hair gel.
Huh?
Hair gel.
Yeah, so that me as a real estate person, I look at that and go, well, that doesn't say anything. To the average person, it looks salacious. It looks like, oh my God, I can't even believe that somebody gave somebody $3.7 million, but it's completely legal. And
that's why I asked you, because I don't know the legal ramifications of that.
It's completely legal, and but they're using legal loopholes to move cash around. That's where the issue is, and it's going to take a lot of digging.
Sus.
Yeah, where did the money come from? Why did somebody give you? At that point, was he governor or was he just the mayor of San Francisco? But somebody gave a politician $3.7 million house. That's where you have to dig in. But I'm sure they've covered their all of their tracks in that regard. And you guys just got a little bit behind the scenes of upper end real estate and upper end tax-free transactions, but they know how to work. They know how to work the game. And again, you can go look back at what that mansion that Jeffrey Epstein got gifted to him. Can you imagine somebody giving you an $86 million mansion? Here, SB,
hey, what was I say, Barry? I'll give you a big hug, man. Can you adopt me, bro?
Oh gosh, it's too funny.
Hey, speaking of fraud, look at the last thing I just sent you from Betty Johnson about Jill Biden. I didn't know she had a book out, but check out the stats on this because I love stats just like you do.
Jill Biden. Now, before I even look at it, I'm going to tell you it's completely legal. I haven't even read it yet.
No, it's nothing fraud. It's just that she had a book put out, but look how many copies it sold. 20,000 copies.
20,000 in 2 weeks. Your husband got 81 million votes, and you only managed to sell 20,000 copies. Somehow, New York Times ranks you #1 on the bestseller. The bestseller list is a crock. That's one thing right off the bat.
Oh, look, New York Times is a crock.
And this perfectly encapsulates the Democrat Party today. Whether it's your delusional book or your horrific policies, nobody is buying what you're selling.
I have to agree with Benny on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Who's is that you texting me or someone else texting me? All right, so here we are. Again, President Trump posted at what time was it?
He's running a little late.
He posted this saying, I'll do 45 minutes. That was at 10:01. It is now 11:08. So he's an hour since that last thing. So we're waiting on him to come back and do whatever he's got to do. So SV, let me go ahead and do a commercial.
One thing I do have to, I'm going to say I have one more story. I'm sorry to break in on there. So Eric Doherty just sent a post out for Cash, said that there was a man who's illegal alien flying a drone over restricted airspace over the World Cup Fest in Atlanta. Now, this goes hand in hand with Bongino this morning says that drones are going to be a massive problem because you can't capture everything. Like they don't show up on the radars. They can slip in, slip out. I mean, look how they're using them successfully in Ukraine against Russia. So this is a scary thing here. I am personally worried about this with all the stuff that's going to be happening. I mean, with that alleged terrorist plot that got thwarted, they were going to use drones as well. So I'm telling you, this is some scary stuff. People should keep their heads on the swivel. No, if you hear anything, see anything, basically,
Okay. Let me give you. Wait a minute, I don't have one. I got to make one. All right. So this is Barry's tinfoil hat. I got a tinfoil hat on right now. You remember the whole thing with the discombobulator, and they said they didn't know what happened, and all of a sudden they pooped themselves, and different kind of ray guns and everything else, and people have talked about directed energy weapons. Let me just ask you: could all of this be a precursor to saying we've got these weapons that are being fired from satellites that are going to zap things out of the sky? I don't know, but are they trying out these things? Because that other drone swarm that went through New Jersey, we're trying to figure out what the heck happened. So I don't know.
Yeah, that story disappeared, but they did use it successfully in Venezuela when they got Maduro. I mean, all the lights went out, and next thing you know, he's like his nose is bloody and he's pooping his pants. So I don't know, man.
Ashley just texted me. So I told you guys that my grandson, her son, they were on a recruiting trip yesterday. He's going into his senior year, and he's starting to get recruited. And yesterday was the academy day. He did 2 days. He went and he visited West Point, and then he visited Navy. And she said both of them went very, very well. And so,
awesome.
He was up there. While he was up there, she just texted me. She said they were telling us, and they showed her, that West Point is building a $200 million facility to teach the cadets about cyber drones and how to defend against them. So
what a coincidence.
So if they're building a facility to teach them, that means somebody else has already put them in place. They would be spending $200 million to teach the cadets, hey, listen, your job is going to be sitting in some room someplace and hitting a button and playing asteroids, zap, zap, zap. So a $200 million facility to teach the cadets about cyber drones. Ashley, if they come in helicopter and take you away for telling me, I can't help you with that, because
congrats, Ashley. Congrats.
That's secret information. But he had such a good time. At Navy, she liked Army, he liked or vice versa. One of them liked each one of them, but to do it. All right, so
okay. I'm sorry to keep you going here, Barry.
Yeah, I've got. Just to let you guys know what's ahead. I have a bilateral meeting with President Trump and the president or leader of Egypt as well. And as I've been setting these things up, thanks, SV. As I've been setting these things up, I told you, listen to what he says. He's going to say it again in this meeting. If I don't like the deal, I will rip it up, which must mean he doesn't even know what the deal is. So how can these people report it? Or was it leaked so they could see what people were going to say? I don't know. All right, so let me tell you real quick about one of today's sponsors while we're waiting for President Trump. One of today's sponsors is LTV Hydration. If you're like me, a little bit older, you're getting to that age where you're tired all the time. Sometimes you're bloated after a meal, and no amount of water seems to help. Then listen up here. A few weeks ago, after I had an issue with water retention. I called this guy, my friend of mine, Dr. Josh, a practicing doctor with over 25 years of experience. His answer shocked me. It shocked Robin. He said I was showing all the classic signs of a dehydrated liver. Not the kind of that more water fix. Your liver is your body's main hydration organ. If your liver cells aren't hydrated at the cellular level, the water you drink just runs right through you, which means you pee all night long. And that's sometimes why you can feel drained during the day, you can feel bloated, and you feel older than you should. You're real sluggish. Yeah, regular electrolyte drinks don't help this. They don't solve it. That's why Dr. Josh created LTV, a daily hydration drink designed for real cellular hydration and liver support. It combines clinical dose marine electrolytes and taurine to help your body and your cells hold water, plus milk thistle and dandelion root to support your liver's natural detox. I've been drinking it every morning, and the results have been incredible. In fact, sometimes I take two. I don't know if I'm supposed to, but it just really helps. No more bloating, no more afternoon crashes. You see me, sometimes I do 2 shows. I finally feel properly hydrated, lighter, alert, full of real energy. If you're ready to feel the difference, go to drinkltv.com/Barry right now. And Dr. Josh is running a special offer of up to 64% off, but only for the Fanfare community. And you got to do it through the link in the description below. Click the link and give your liver the hydration it's been missing. Be back in 90 seconds.
Back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Hey, before I get to the bilateral meeting with Egypt, I did want to show you guys something. I told you I would look up and find you the information on the maximum gift that you can give to somebody, and I found it. Here it is right here. In 2026, the federal lifetime gift and estate tax exemption is $15 million per individual, $30 million for married couples. You can gift up to this maximum amount during your lifetime without incurring a federal gift tax, though any amount exceeding the annual limit requires filing a gift tax return. So I could give, if I had it, I could give somebody $15 million. $15 million. Tax-free. Bada bing, bada boom. Something you probably never had to worry about, but it's something that they know how to use very well and how they can get around it. And you can give more, but then you just pay a gift tax on the amount over that lifetime barrier. He got 3.7 million, which is way under 15 million. So everything that you saw, it looks bad, it smells bad, but it's completely legal. It's completely legal. So those of you who, might be doing okay, you might want to look into, I don't know, maybe gifting some money to your kids. Just saying. All right, let's go to President Trump and Egypt.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a great pleasure to be with my friend, the president of Egypt. He's respected all over the world, including by me. And our relationship has been very strong, personal, for a long time. And we're working together. We're helping him with a little dam project that I think you were very unfairly treated, if you want to know the truth, in Ethiopia. But we'll discuss many things, including trade. and we do a lot of business with Egypt, and we'll be discussing that. We'll be discussing the Nile, because the Nile's getting a little emptier than it should be, and that's what we're here to talk about, right? A dam was built in Ethiopia, and it's causing tremendous problems for Egypt, and I'm very aware. I had that deal settled, and then we had a rigged election, and somebody came in, and they didn't know too much about that deal. They were not going to settle anything, but we'll get back into it. We'll see if we can settle it up. Okay? Would you have to say something?
اسمح لي فخامة الرئيس ان انا ابدا بكل التقدير والاحترام لشخصكم فخامة الرئيس، وايضا رغم كل الجهود والجدول المسحوم جدا جدا على حفاظ الاستقبال. Please.
Well, first of all, let me express my highest appreciation and respect of your kind person, and thank you very much for allowing this opportunity despite all of the hard work and very busy schedule that you have.
لكن هبدأ كلامي بالتهنئة والتهنئة الكبيرة جدا جدا على ما أنجزته فخامة الرئيس فيما يخص استعادة السلام في الشرق الأوسط والاستقرار.
Well, let me start by expressing big congratulations for the breakthrough that you have achieved, Mr. President, of restoring peace to the Middle East.
اسمح لي فخامة الرئيس إن بمجرد الإعلان عن هذا الاتفاق كان في تقدير كبير جدا لفخامة الرئيس، ولكن هذا التقدير زاد والإعجاب زاد في إدارة أزمة بمثل هذا المستوى، وإحنا مستنيين الإعلان عن هذا الاتفاق حتى يتم توجيه الشكر والتقدير علنا من خلال مؤسسة الرئاسة والدولة المصرية لشخصكم لهذا الاتفاق الذي أنجزتموه.
Once the deal was announced, there has been great appreciation, but the admiration has increased in this marvelous management of such crisis at the highest level.
Thank you.
We're waiting for the deal to be declared as a final deal, so that we can react appropriately and state our positive views and perspective of that great deal from the presidency and on behalf of the Egyptian people.
واسمح لي فخامة الرئيس أيضا إن إحنا أوجه كل التقدير والاحترام أيضا لشخصكم على العلاقات القوية وعلى الدعم اللي بتقدمه أمريكا لمصر.
I'd like also to express highest appreciation and respect of your kind person for the productive and excellent relations between Egypt and the United States and all the support that the United States is providing for Egypt.
تفهمكم لمشكلة السد أيضا أمر أسجل فيه احترامي وتقديري أيضا لكم فخامة الرئيس.
For the record, again, Mr. President, I cannot overemphasize how much respect I have for you, for your understanding of the challenging issue of the dam to Egypt.
مش عارف اللي أنا أقوله ده مناسب إن أقوله ولا لا، ولكن أثناء العشاء امبارح أنا وجدت فخامة الرئيس محاط بكل القادة والرؤساء عايزين يتحدثوا معاه لدرجة إن هو يمكن ما كانش عنده لحظة لتناول العشاء.
I don't know if I'm going to say is appropriate or not, but I observed during the dinner of last night that you were surrounded, Mr. President, by all world leaders. They didn't leave you a moment to enjoy your dinner.
That was a lot of surround. Well, we had a great time, but it was a lot. It was a lot of work last night. You saw that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor. It's really fantastic. So I'll be doing a news conference at about 4 o'clock today. Before we leave, we're going to Paris, and then we'll be going home tonight, I guess, if you really figure it. So we'll be heading to Paris, where we have a big dinner meeting with a lot of the same people, and then we're going home. And it's been a very successful trip. A lot of things have happened that have been very good. We'll be discussing a little bit about the deal with Iran at the 4 o'clock news conference. It's a great deal for a lot of reasons, but number one, by far, 99.9% is they will never have a nuclear weapon, and you can't give Iran a nuclear weapon, and they will never have a nuclear weapon, so that's very, very strong. It's a very strong deal. Nobody knows what it is, but it's very strong, and most people...
Did you catch that? I just wanted to stop in case you were looking down or anything. Nobody knows what the deal is. He just reiterated it once again. And he drops these things. I don't think people listen. Nobody knows what the deal is. He'll say something else here in a little while.
Seem to be very happy. Who's really happy is the market, because the market's gone up thousands of points over the last 4 or 5 days since hearing about it. And the Strait is going to be opening. It's already partially opened. It's going to be opening up soon in full over the next day or two. And the market has gone wild, and oil has come tumbling down. Oil is at $73, $74, and it's getting to very close to where it was before the crisis. The difference is now we have Iran without a nuclear weapon. So we'll see how that all plays out. I think people are going to be very happy. But there's nothing so smart as the market, and the market loves it beyond anything that I've actually seen. Again, the stock market has gone through the roof, and oil has come tumbling down. I guess it's in the low 70s now, right?
That's right.
That's amazing. So that's what speaks. That speaks louder than words. The alternative would be a worldwide depression. You know, the stupid people want to have a worldwide depression, and they're stupid people. So you can only go so far. You drive somebody into the ground, and a lot of bad things happen. Number one, the Strait would never open because they don't like floating billion-dollar ships up and down a strait when there are rockets flying over them and mines all over the place. So the Strait would never be open. It wouldn't be open for a long time. So we have a very hot stock market, and we have starting to be a very low oil price, and that's going to have a huge impact on affordability caused by the Democrats. The Democrats have caused so many problems, you have no idea. But I'll never forget, I took over, and I'm in the office for one day, and I had my first news conference, and they said, affordability, sir, affordability, what are you doing about it? I said, I've just been here one day. They tell me about affordability. They're the ones that caused affordability. It's just another con job. They made up the word affordability, but we're bringing prices down a lot, and they're coming down fast. And with the settlement, so worthwhile, with the settlement where you're not going to have a nuclear weapon, and then we bring them down on top of that, and I think oil prices might get lower than where they were before the war. So I'm going to see you at 4 o'clock, and we'll discuss that a little bit, and we'll discuss other things. But we've had a great meeting. It's been a great summit. And France has done a fantastic job. President Macron has been he's really done a great job. It's been very well received. Everybody here has been, I don't know if they've been happy. Some are not doing so well, but some are doing very well. But they've done a beautiful job. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President.
President, you addressed the MOU that's been reported.
Have I read it?
Well, it's been reported that it includes its $300 billion
It's false.
fund funded by Gulf allies. That's false.
It's false. People, you can invest if you want. I mean, what am I going to do? Say nobody's ever allowed to invest? No, we're not investing. We're not putting up 10 cents. And people can decide to do that, but that's up to them. I mean, do you want me to say nobody's ever allowed to invest in a country? I'll say it with Egypt. Nobody's allowed to invest in Egypt. Am I supposed to say that?
I'm asking whether...
We are not investing in it, and we do not have a fund.
Are you asking?
All right, so right off the bat, once again, this was earlier this morning. Nope, we're not putting a dime into this. The media has sunk their teeth into this. This is something that they're trying to just get out there and spread all this information. And the President of the United States just told him again, no, we're not doing it. Doesn't care. It's all over Twitter, all over television. We're giving them $300 billion. They're completely ignoring the president. Ask yourself why. Ask yourself why. I saw this posted by Midas Touch, which is like the beacon of liberal insanity. And it's very, very telling what they say here. And I want to show this to you. Trump's erratic behavior and ever-shifting comments about the Memorandum of Understanding, driven by his obsession with how people are reacting to it, show exactly why none of his promised deals ever get across the finish line. If there, just a little while ago, you said there was a deal with him giving $300 billion to Iran, and now you're freaking out because you can't seem to see what's going on with the ship. It's erratic. Aaron Rupar, another moron from the left, is the text of the agreement final? Trump says, no, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them, dropping bombs right smack. I think he's about to say it here.
No, I'm not. If they do it, fine. But I would say they won't be doing it for a while until they find out the behavior. It's a behavior thing. But we are not inventing. That's a false story that got picked up incorrectly from a statement that was pretty well made, I think. Maybe a little bit, could have been a little more accurate, frankly. But it's a story. We are not investing 10 cents. Don't forget, there's never been anybody that's been so tough on Iran. This should have been done by Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama. It should have been done by Biden. It should have been done by Bush. It could have been done by a lot of people. This has been going on for 47 years. They've ripped you off for 47 years, and I'm the only one that did anything of it. They never shot missiles at anybody. We wiped out their Navy. We wiped out their military. We wiped out their Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. They have no radar. You know, the reason oil stayed low is because we were taking ships out every night that you didn't even know about.
You don't even know what we're doing. How much of a backhand slap in the face is that to the media? None of you knew what we were doing. You got on television, every 24/7 channel out there saying this was happening, that was happening. You couldn't understand why the oil wasn't going past 112. It kept falling, and you didn't even know I was sneaking ships out. What kind of news organization are you if you didn't even know this? You've been making up all kinds of stories, and then you find out afterwards we're taking out millions and millions of barrels of oil.
2 days ago, 3 days ago, a month ago, we took out 22 ships. We averaged from 15 to 25 ships a night. Nobody knew that. Our Navy did a great job. Nobody knew what was happening. That's why oil didn't go to $300 a barrel.
It was a trap. I heard this morning and I went, oh my gosh, they've been getting the oil out the entire time. The blockade was only basically a enforcement vehicle so they could get the stuff out. And nobody ever talked about it. Nobody knew. All the people on Wall Street, why isn't oil going up? I don't understand. Why is it not $200 or $300 a barrel? Because the flow never stopped. I don't know how they did it. The part that I don't know how they kept it secret. So if you couldn't find out that these giant ass boats were taking out millions of barrels of oil, if nobody could tell you, hey, listen, yeah, I got a scoop for you, Trump's scooping up the oil. If you didn't know that, how the hell do you know what's in this deal? Number two, this was what was really interesting to me and probably to you guys as well. Let me break this down for you. If they were sneaking out tankers by the dozen and taking out millions of barrels of oil, don't you think Iran knew? How did Iran, with their biggest propaganda machine ever, Baghdad Bob, had nothing on them? How did Iran not feed that to CNN? Let that sink in. You're telling me the Iranians saw all these boats just going out by the dozens with millions of barrels of their oil, and they didn't say anything either. Why? Why did they not say anything? 125, 115. Now it's at 72, 73. I heard it's lower than that now. I haven't seen it in the last couple of hours. No, we were very tough, and we took out a man named Soleimani. Remember that? You know, you think this would have happened if you were alive? The evil genius? He was an evil genius. People forget that. I took out Soleimani in my first term. Without that, you don't have the situation that we're in today where we dominated. We wiped out their military. I love the comment on the screen. Iran had to have known. China probably knew. How did all these people keep that quiet that the oil was still going out? Even if they turned off the transponders, just a simple visual Hey man, there's boats leaving, dozens of them, with all of our oil. By the way, how did you get the oil? Dial that back. None of the reporters asked that. Wait a second. You were taking out dozens of these tankers? Yep. With millions of barrels of oil. Yep. Who was opening the valve to fill up the tankers? Let that sink in. Wait, step back a bit and keep following that. Go, wait a minute. Somebody was opening a valve to fill all these tankers up. Somebody was directing pilot ships. Hey, move over here. Let's go. You're good right there. Somebody was directing. There had to have been people in the water saying, come on, traffic cops. And these ships just moving out, and nobody knew. Nobody reported that story. The only thing we could have reported on and seen is like he said, oil didn't go crazy. In fact, we're like, how is it only 80? How is it only 80? What the hell is going on? Where's this oil coming from? You know, we're talking about our oil prices here and how they fluctuated. I haven't seen many stories about other countries having issues. Have you? How'd they get their oil? How'd they get their gas? What's been going on here in America with the refineries and people doing certain things? I don't know. But now we're finding out, and he says it right in front of the guy, president of Egypt, and the president of Egypt, he didn't look surprised. So why are we surprised? What exactly happened?
And because we did that, and then we put up the blockade, which was totally effective. Not one ship got by, Steve.
Is the text of the agreement now final, or are you still...
No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them. Drop.
Right there. There it is. You just heard it. I'll rewind it in case you want to hear it again so you can tell your friends and other people out there, how the hell has everybody else seen this deal if our president hasn't seen it? Was this nothing more than a giant psyop, a ruse? Because, matter of factly, he just said, if I don't like it, well, you don't know right now. We've all read it. We got the 14 points. CNN told us. What do you mean you don't know? They've been had. Listen to it again.
Totally effective. Not one ship got by, Steve.
Is the text of the agreement now final, or are you still...
No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them. Drop.
We're waiting for this press conference, and everybody who was in the media just went like, oh my God, we've been had. We've been had. They've been leaking stuff. They've been showing it. We have no friggin' idea. The president doesn't even know. My boy Clandestine, SV, said this to me. SV goes, are the two of you like talking behind the scenes? And I'm like, no, we just got our eyes fixed on the same prize. This is what he said. He goes, I get it now. The withholding of the MOU was a trap laid by Trump. Now he has the media reporting false leaks about how he is a failure for giving Iran money. The only problem is we aren't giving them any money, and now all the leftists are inadvertently admitting Obama's JCPOA was a bad deal because Obama cleaned out banks in Virginia, D.C., and Maryland and gave them $1.7 billion in straight cash. Now Trump gets to spread the week, reminding the public about Obama's horrific deal. Can't show you. You gotta see it for yourself, which is what this situation is really all about. It's about cleaning up Obama's mess because Obama and his administration helped Iran obtain nuclear weapons. The Dems, the MSM, walked headfirst into a trap, and many of Trump's supporters also took the cheese in the process. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me if you've commented anywhere about $300 billion. Now the public is being briefed on what all of this is really about. Barack Hussein Obama. Lot of soiled diapers right about now. When he said that, it was interesting how everyone just got quiet. They didn't pick up on it. When I showed you what the guys from Midas Touch said, I deleted it, but the guys in Midas Touch were like, it's erratic. behavior. He's telling us one thing and doing another. What should that tell you? If you're getting different messages from the president while he's sitting there with world leaders and the world leaders don't look shocked. Notice when he said we've been getting oil out every single night, millions and millions of barrels, and the guy from Egypt didn't go, like it was first time he heard it. What? I didn't know. Just sat there kind of cool. They know. They know what he's been doing behind the scenes. And so they knew, keep it quiet. He let him cook because the guy would have been shocked. Can you imagine you're sitting there, you're a world leader, and you're just somehow finding out that this guy's been taking millions of barrels of oil out of Iran? Somehow surreptitiously, nobody knew what was going on. Even the Iranians in their own country, in their own supposed area, when they were sitting there brandishing the sword about, we controlled the Strait of Hormuz. Do ya? Or do ya? Was Iran in on it all along? I just found it interesting, and I've said it many times, with all the bombing that we saw and everything that was happening, we didn't hear a lot about death. Did anyone find that peculiar? There was no pictures of dead babies floating around on social media. No pictures of women and people with their limbs blown off. And we'd see all these things flying and going boom. And then I didn't see it. You don't think the media would have loved to show you dead babies? You don't think the media would love to show you people crying with their dead kids in their arms? You see any? I'm just wondering. I'm just saying. Have you seen any of that? Now, maybe between Lebanon and Israel, but what exactly has been getting bombed in Iran? Did Iran play along the entire time because they were promised you're going to be basically revitalized with an economy that's going to be so good? We only heard about the killing of the leaders. Oh, he's dead. They're dead. That one's dead. Anybody else want to stick up a head? Once they stopped talking about the leaders getting blown away, I didn't hear anything about civilians. Tell me, did you see it? I'll look in the chat. Tell me if you saw babies, dogs, anything. And so now you find out weeks later, actually months later, that the boats have been just going out and just keep going with millions of barrels of oil. Interesting.
Bombs on their head. If I don't like it, if they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head.
Would you F with this guy if I don't like it? But again, he reiterated one more time, if I don't like it. And the reporters are so stupid. Not one of them said, what do you mean if? You don't know what's in it? Not one of the other podcasters. What do you mean if? If? You're the president. You don't know what's in this thing? Or does it not exist right now? Do you think the president doesn't know whether or not an agreement exists? So why would he say that, if I don't like it? I don't know, maybe I pay too much attention to words. I like to draw people's attention when they listen. The press doesn't listen. I listened to that 2 or 3 times this morning, and I kept rewinding it and going, what do you mean? If I don't like it. If I don't like it. Yeah, that's just me. I like to listen to the words this man says because he often doesn't bluff. And he often doesn't play cards that we know of unless he's actually playing cards that we don't know of. And now I'm wondering, have we been watching the biggest movie op ever? Since the beginning, has this all been one giant movie to get Obama? Did he finally get the people in place to give Obama up? Was the trade, the ransom, I will stop obliterating you if you give me Obama? I'd make that trade if I was Iran. If I was Iran, I'm like, what do you want, Donald? What is it? We're going to do business. We're going to give you the oil. I can't promise what we're going to do with Israel. All right, you guys fight it out. What do you want? I want the uranium. I want to find out where it came from. I'm going to go more on that in a second.
Okay? Because they've misbehaved for 47 years. All right?
Does it include?
But nobody could have made this deal. I mean, the JCPOA done by Obama, he handed them $1.7 billion in cash, gave them hundreds of millions of dollars, gave them billions and billions of dollars, but he gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash from banks, into a Boeing 757 and flew it into Iran. And they stood at the plane. I have pictures of it, like, oh my God, look at this money he's giving us. He tried to bribe his way out. I didn't do that.
What do you bribe somebody out of, as he just said? Again, listening to his words, he tried to bribe his way out of it. Bribe his way out of what? Excuse me. You catch that? This guy is either laying the biggest breadcrumbs I've ever seen, or he's tired. He chooses his words. He tried to bribe his way out of it. Let that sink into everything we've been talking about. He used the word bribe. Who bribes somebody? Well, you bribe somebody, as you've seen in movies, cop films, you bribe somebody when you got something on them. Or if they got something on you. I'll give you this money. Don't tell anybody we gave you this stuff, okay? I'll keep making sure nobody bothers you. You can go ahead and blow up Israel. We don't care. Just don't tell anybody. Don't ever tell anybody we gave you this stuff. We'll go ahead and spend $350 billion in Ukraine, the other place we did some shady stuff. But don't ever, ever, ever say that we did it. I'm going to bribe you. Did President Trump just say that? He sure did. He tried to bribe them, is what he said.
Nobody mentions that. $1.7 billion and hundreds of millions of dollars. They tried to bribe their way out of it.
Twice. And not a single reporter goes, bribe their way out of what, sir? Maybe we're overqualified to be reporters because we have brains. Or at least we wouldn't be told, don't ask any questions. The man just said the word bribe twice. They tried to bribe their way out of it. That one sentence, they tried to bribe their way out of it. Bribe and way out of what? What were they trying to bribe their way out of? I'm not being conspiratorial. I'm listening to words he's saying. There's a difference between putting on a tinfoil hat and listening to the words that the president is saying. So it's like, Barry, you're making it up. No, how could I? You just heard it. And if you don't think it's what I think, then you can tell me in the chat, what are they bribing their way out of? You can't have it both ways. Oh, Barry, you're being conspiratorial. Okay, then you explain what he's saying.
You know what the Iranians did? They laughed at Obama and they said he's a stupid son of a bitch.
I don't need to hear the press conference. I know what's coming. You should know what's coming. Did he really just say that? Do you not see now what's about to happen? I mean, we're getting to the climax of this Nessun Dorma plot. And damn if the sum of all fears doesn't seem like it was written specifically about this. It's eerie, the movie we're seeing. And now he calls him a stupid son of a bitch. The president of the United States calls you a stupid son of a bitch who's been trying to bribe your way out of something. Run.
Okay, thank you very much.
Taking part in a working lunch with G7 leaders and top tech CEOs.
And in just hours, we're expecting to learn new details about the Iran peace deal.
All right, let's go to Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst. He's live in Tel Aviv, Israel, with more. Trey, what do you know?
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. The signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the United States and Iran is just 48 hours away, and some details are already leaking out. Reports do indicate...
What details? Some details are already leaking out. From who? They all bit. Every single one of these news outlets bit. Who leaked it and what leaked? I can't believe. I mean, just like Clandestine said, and I've been saying, y'all walked dead into this. You just walked head on into this. Some of the details have been leaked. From who? What details? Of what? And so now they're all reporting this.
We'll see the Strait of Hormuz immediately open, and the
Look, they've got words on the screen. Here's what it says.
U.S. Navy will lift their blockade of Iranian ports. The Iranians will agree to negotiate in the next 60 days the details of their nuclear program, and in return will receive tiered sanctions relief, along with a ceasefire across all fronts, including Lebanon. Vice President J.D. Vance was on the 5 last night and said this about why the public hasn't seen the deal yet.
Why can't you or won't you release that document now?
Yeah, so there's some diplomatic procedure at work here where the Qataris and the Pakistanis have been mediating this entire negotiation with the Iranians, and they've asked us effectively to sequence the way that we roll this out. I frankly don't understand it. We'd be happy to release the agreement today or tomorrow. We may release it as late as Friday.
What does that mean? The vice president goes, I don't understand it. I have no idea what the hell Donald's doing at this point. The Pakistanis and the Qatarians, they're negotiating. What are they negotiating that you guys don't know about? And I guess, I don't understand it. Right then, Dana Perino goes, what don't you understand? Mr. Vice President, if you don't understand what the hell's going on, if you don't understand the processes and procedures and levers that are being pulled, how the hell does anybody else know? I heard that. I'm thinking to myself, these people are all trained news people, and they don't jump on those. You're so worried about getting your question asked next. You don't listen. The best interviewers I've ever seen, the best news people, people in business, the best ones are the ones who let you talk. And they might take a note or they just may file it away, and they'll ask you questions on what you just friggin' said. What do you mean? You don't understand it. It's called a memorandum of understanding, and you just went, I don't understand. So there is no memorandum of understanding if the people involved don't understand what the memorandum does. But this, some of you guys had said this in the in the chat. This is gold.
Hello, I'm the boss. How are you? Good,
thank you. I'm the boss. I absolutely love that. Oh, here, let me play that again for you, just in case you didn't hear it. You were looking away, and you didn't hear what the man said when he walked into the room.
Friday.
Hello, I'm the boss. How are you?
I'm the boss. I'm the captain now. I'm the boss.
Pay attention to me.
You imagine walking into a room full of world leaders, and they're all sitting there like, I'm the boss.
Their sphincters just tightened.
Oh, my gosh. So it is now 12 o'clock. I don't know where the heck this man is. I don't know what's going on. We're waiting on him.
We knew that. We got to have filler ready, you know. Stock market's green across the board. It's like only up 52,228. I mean, it's just going up, up, up. Oil prices continue to go down. This is awesome.
I got to show you this. This was posted. The boss.
Yes,
I saw that. I'm the boss. I'm the boss. Oh my gosh, that's stupid.
You know that it's triggering the libs. They're punching their monitors. They're throwing their phones.
Well, you know, they're embarrassing themselves at this point because oh wait a minute. Well, talk about timing.
Is he on?
The camera, no, the camera just came on, so it's usually like a 2-minute warning. So they put it on, and he should be walking out.
Kick me off, man. Kick me off.
Oh, we got time. He's still not even out yet. So they in fact, there's something beeping in the background. Oh, they were doing a sound test, but yeah, his microphone is there and everything. Hold on, let me show everybody so they can see it here.
English. Do you receive me? Do you receive me? Test for the level. Test for the level.
Test, toast.
1, 2, 3. Come in, Houston.
1, 2, 3. I hope it's not that hot. Man, that sounded hot. Like, I mean, the level was way up. You have to back that down.
Yeah.
The guy had the microphone like this. It's a test. My gosh. But anyway, yeah. And
I do have a story.
All right, give me
story
something.
on there.
Give me something.
I just sent it to you. I love when FAFO happens.
Oh, what
Good
now?
old Minnesota. No, this is just Minnesota. You know, the usual.
More.
Great news. 15 Antifa-linked leftists face criminal charges for conspiring to attack and obstruct ICE in Minnesota. Look at that. It's got a video. I didn't play it all the way, so I don't know if there's any guns or anything, so be careful there.
Yeah,
but
I saw guns and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. There you go. They're coming after people for political reprisal. Oh, no.
Well, maybe you should be doing no reprising. That's pretty simple there.
Imagine that.
Hold on, look at this.
This time, verifying everything is settled in. If anyone is having problems, we'll do our best to try and help you out. But definitely our last audio check and camera check to verify everything. I am on my tippy toes. This is pretty close. I'm about an inch or two shorter, but pretty close to about where he will be for any push-in shots you guys are trying to set up for. So
was he next to a microwave for too long?
Well, it's funny because I like to show these things is because you never see it on television. You never see
live.
you never see what goes on behind the scenes. Like when they cut to it on television, all of it's already done. And it's like, oh, hey, there, President Trump's walking out. But all this stuff that's happening behind the scenes, you never get to see. And so it's not a perfect world. Stuff happens. And hopefully somebody who is listening, hey man, your sound is really hot. You're coming in hot. I mean,
and I got to get big on the screen because Trump's coming in. He's 6'3".
Oh,
Fox has got it on. It's too funny.
A summit right now, and they are doing a microphone check. That's what we were watching live. The president.
I think they were watching me. They're like, hey, he showed what's going on. We should show what's going on right now. Oh my gosh, it's too funny. It's too funny.
Oh boy. You gotta love. You remember the days when the press was chasing after him on the White House lawn, and the camera's like. I want him to do that. I want him to run them back and forth till they run out of air. You know, like just do it and go. Trump's not here.
Well, like at least we can say right now we're minutes away and yes, everything. I hope it's funny. I don't know what he's going to say. Obviously, I'm not involved in that, but I hope he reiterates again if it's not a good deal, and maybe somebody's watching my show and raise their hand and go, "What do you mean if?" So I understand, and this may go for a while. It's 12, almost 12 o'clock now. He said he sent out a memo, and they just announced it on Fox that he said, "I'm going to take, quote, a lot of questions."
Oh boy!
So I don't know what that means.
Oh, so much for the pool today.
I'm going to take a lot of questions. And what's funny, I was feeling the same way. I'm like, you know what? By 10 o'clock, he's going on. We'll be off by 11:30, and I can get the later show produced. And I'm thinking, he may not get off stage until 2 o'clock. Who knows, you know?
This could be a 5-hour show, Barry. I think it's happening.
All right, let me cut to commercial.
All right, see you soon.
He's so right. This could be a long one if he does what he says. All right, President Trump will be up imminently. Medicare, as you know, can be quite confusing. And as someone who is 65 now and had to go through all this, I can absolutely confirm this. Keeping track of enrollment periods, understanding all your options, and making sure you're on the right plan takes a lot of time and energy. energy. And in between Medicare scams, corrupt agents, and bloated insurance companies, it's easy to make mistakes that can cost you thousands. That's why I'm happy I went with Chapter, and I'm also happy many members of our audience have also called and worked with Chapter. They're actually honest and the only Medicare advisor that looks at every plan nationwide, helping people save an average of $1,100 a year. People are relieved when they talk to Chapter. It's one 20-minute phone call, free 20-minute phone call, and you can save up to $100 a month. These guys won't push you to buy any plan that you don't want, and their support is completely free. So if you're turning 65 soon or have questions about your Medicare coverage, please call them at 475-328-3545 to get the most out of Medicare. Most people wish they just called sooner, or you can go to the website askchapter.org/Barry to book your one-on-one consultation. It takes about 20 minutes and it's free. So go ahead and try that out. They're getting everything straight, and I'll be back in 90 seconds.
Thank you. It's a lot of press. That's good. We had a great event. This was something very special. And I want to thank President Macron and Bridget, his really lovely wife, fantastic person, for welcoming us to France for an extremely successful G7 summit. I would say it's one of the most successful. And this meeting could not have come at a better time. On Sunday, we reached an agreement with Iran that achieves everything we set out to accomplish, everything and much more. Ending the current conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. That's what it was all about. That was about 99%. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They can't develop it, buy it. They can never have a nuclear weapon. At the same time, with this announcement, or close to it, as people started to think it was going to happen when Iran was making some very positive statements, the stock market has surged to record highs, picking up thousands of points over the last short period of time, thousands of points. And oil is dropping like it has never dropped before, at levels that went in numbers, down $7, down $8. They've never seen anything like that. But if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. You would never have success. Your market would have, instead of going up at levels that nobody's ever seen before, would go down at levels that nobody ever saw before, maybe except for 1929 or whatever. And, you know, all the tough guys don't realize that this wasn't a 3-month deal. This was years in the making. You know why? Because I was the one that killed General Soleimani. And if I didn't kill General Soleimani, we probably wouldn't be talking right now about this deal, because he was a mad genius. They never were able to replace him. But a lot of people forget that. The tough guys, the tough guys that would drive the country right down the tubes. The past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of this historic agreement with many of our closest friends and allies, including the G7 nations and many presidents and prime ministers. As you saw, Prime Minister Modi was here. We had a long talk. He's a great guy. They are thrilled that we made a deal, every one of them. There's not one nation that came to us and said, please, sir, keep dropping bombs on them. Please keep dropping bombs. The stupid people say that. But I'm thrilled to report, and by the way, those last 2 days were brutal. $200 million worth of bombs. And, it is expensive too, by the way, aside from everything else. And they knew I was coming for a third night. We informed them we're coming for a third night. They didn't have their Navy, it's sunk. They didn't have their Air Force, it's gone, not one plane. They didn't have anti-aircraft equipment, so we got free reign. They didn't have their leaders. But they have a new group of leaders that I think is, I think they're smarter. I think they're very smart. I think they're far less radicalized. And I think they're really good. They love their country. You talk about regime change. Nobody will say that, but I guess look, their one set of leaders is all gone. Their second set of leaders is all gone. Their third set of leaders a little bit gone, but for the most part, and frankly, I think that's regime change. I think they're going to behave much differently. I think they see a different way of life that they were never exposed to. So the one thing I didn't want to see is I didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about the possibility of peace, the stock market shot up like a rocket ship. It never went down. They didn't like it. The people, the stock market is more brilliant than anybody there is, including the people on the stage, other than me, of course. Let's see. I don't know. What do you think, Scott? Is the stock market more brilliant than you?
No, sir.
Oh, that's a terrible statement. All right. The stock market is quite brilliant. And every time we said something amazing, like we're going to settle, it would go up. And every time we said something negative, like, guess what, we're not going to be able to settle, it would go down very big, Peter, very, very big. Tells you something. And I've studied presidents, some good, some bad, some great. Not too many are great. And some really bad. We had one just recently. And the one president I did not want to be was the late, great Herbert Hoover. I didn't want that. And who knows what would have happened. But bad things happen. So the past 2 days have provided a chance to discuss the details of the deal with the closest friends and allies, heads of countries. They were all here, a lot of them. Far more than the 7, as you know, a lot of them. And they put out a statement. I think President Macron, who did a great job, by the way, did a really fan, him and Bridget, they did a great job, but they all put out statements saying they love this deal because they want to see it over. And they love the fact that the hormones, don't forget, if we were going to drop bombs, let's say we went another month, another 2-3 months, maybe weeks, could be another 3 months, could be whatever. What do you have left? Got maybe nothing, but you don't have, the strait will never be open because people that own billion-dollar ships, these ships cost $1 billion. They don't like sailing ships or having their ships participate when you go up the coast and you go through the strait and there are rockets flying over your head. They want to protect their $1 billion investment. You wouldn't have oil for maybe years. These are stupid people. But nobody was tougher than me. Nobody hit Soleimani. When I hit Soleimani, people thought that was the biggest thing to happen in the Middle East for 50 years. That was the biggest event. He was the boss of Iran and respected, but he was a mad genius. He was a genius, the father of the roadside bomb. When you see young men, and in some cases women, mostly men, walking around without legs, without arms, with a face that's been blown to smithereens. It's Soleimani, 95%, 96.2 they say or something, 95%. That was Soleimani did it. Happened to come from Iran, and I blew him up. You remember that? I blew him up in the Valley of Death. He got off his plane, and we followed him. And in all fairness, because they've been wonderful to me, Israel, but they didn't want to do that attack. They were all set the night before the attack. They informed me they didn't want to do it, so I had to make a decision. I made the decision to do it. But it was a joint venture, as we say in the real estate business. That was a joint venture between Israel and us. We studied it for a month. We knew what plane he was going to be on. Almost a month before, he only traveled on commercial airliners, the big ones with lots of people, because he knew we wouldn't shoot him down. He's very smart. But we knew he was going to be on that plane. We followed him. And then Israel informed me that they won't do it. And I had to make a decision. I had some very good generals, and not the ones you see on television, very good. And I want to thank also Pete Hegseth and General Raisin Kane, who's phenomenal. Okay, these guys are phenomenal. They can't be better. But I had some good generals, and I said to them, well, if Israel's not going to do it, we're all prepared. Do we do it? Do you like doing it or not? He said, sure. If you want to do it, we can do it. How well? We'll do it just as well or better. We'll do it ourselves. We don't need anybody. So we took out Soleimani. One of the biggest events to happen, the Middle East, maybe ever, but they say 50 years, they say 100 years. I was with the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He said it's maybe the biggest event that has ever taken place. Nobody could believe it. So that's when it started. It didn't start like 3 or 4 or 5 weeks ago. And Obama wouldn't do it. What Obama did was he did the JCPOA. He loaded up a plane with $1.7 billion in green cash from banks all over Washington, Maryland, and Virginia. They were stripped of all their cash. They had no cash to do payrolls. It all went into a Boeing 757, a wonderful plane, and they flew it to Iran. And they gave it out to people. They bribed people. They thought they were going to get it done. Then they gave billions and billions of dollars after that. And they got a deal that was a road to a nuclear weapon. I get so angry, I guess. I'm allowed to get angry when I watch the Democrats. They talk about it all the time. We had this deal done. You had a deal that was going to give them legally a nuclear weapon. And if that happened, Israel would have been blown away. And in all fairness to Bibi Netanyahu, who happens to be a good man, gets a little excited sometimes. But he happens to be a very good man. We've had an amazing partnership. He's been an amazing prime minister. We have a little dispute over Lebanon. I say, you can do a little softer touch, Bibi. You don't have to knock down a building every time somebody walks into it that's from Hezbollah. But it's been an amazing partnership. But he will say, we're the big partner, and he's the very small partner, and that's true. So he came to the country, and he begged Barack Hussein Obama, the president, not to do the JCPOA. He said it could be the end of Israel, and it would have been if I didn't come along. And Obama didn't listen to him. Bibi actually went to Congress and pleaded with them, and he got nowhere. And they had this horrible deal that was horrible for Israel, and that's where it stood. And then I came along and I terminated that deal. It had very little time left. You know, it was a short-term deal. You know, with countries, you need hundreds of years. You don't need 8 years and 9 years. This isn't like you're signing a lease on a candy store at the corner. You need hundreds of years. This was a short-term lease. It expired long ago. Had I let it run, it expired. You wouldn't have been around. A lot of people wouldn't have been around. But Israel would have been terminated. I think the whole Middle East would have been terminated. You saw that when everybody was shocked that all these missiles, they were aimed at these different places. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE. Think of it. Bahrain, Kuwait. They got hit. Nobody thought that was, even I didn't think it was going to happen. They didn't think it was going to happen. They were going to take out the entire Middle East, including Israel. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it within moments after getting it. So I made it very tough for them when I terminated the Barack Hussein Obama catastrophe. JCPOA, one of the worst deals. NAFTA might have been worse, but that was worse economically. This deal was really dangerous, what he did. He gave them everything, including a lot of money, which we don't give them, by the way, just in case you have any question. We'll be giving this out so you can read it and you can see. And it's a memorandum of understanding. If it doesn't get done in 60 days, that's all right. We go back to bombing. You know, I don't want to do that because it's so good. But we might have to because we're never going to let them have a nuclear weapon. But they've agreed not to, and you'll see that very clearly in the agreement. But then the second phase of that was they were building, or they were enriching material, as they say. I call it nuclear dust. They were enriching material under granite mountains. Granite being, for those not in the construction business, granite being a very strong, the strongest stone. It's not as pretty as marble, but it's much more, it's much stronger. It's a lot stronger. Like the new granite I put on the stairs of the White House going to the Oval Office, the black granite, it's rated 1 million years plus. No marble's rated that. Marble's rated 100 years if it's outside. So these are granite mountains. And the B-2s came along and they hit those air shafts in the dark at 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon. They had a beam going right up everywhere. Those guys did a job, and then they were criticized by certain members of the press, like CNN, for possibly not doing that much damage. And it turned out that the damage was far greater. Those mountains collapsed right on top of everything. Nobody's going to get that for a long time. Unless we want to get it, we'll get it. But we're the only ones that can. And they say China has the equipment to get it, and we have the equipment to get it. And it's actually not valuable. Not a lot of value, but we'd like to get it psychologically, but nobody's touching it. We also have cameras. That's what Space Force is. We have the greatest military in the world, by the way. But I'm proud of Space Force because I started it. We have Space Force cameras on every single door, well, there are no doors. They've been pretty well shattered, but every area of that, if somebody walks in and he's got a badge with his name on it, like Mohammed something, which is about a 50-50 guess, Mohammed something, they can tell the name, they can give you a serial number, we can see things you wouldn't believe, the quality of the stuff that we have. That's why we've been so successful. That's why our blockade will go down in the annals of history as being unbelievable. Nobody's ever seen a blockade like that. It's like a steel wall. So what happened is we then terminated that, and I call it the nuclear dust, and that was the end of that. But if we didn't hit that with the B-2 bombers, or if it wasn't successful, they would have had a nuclear weapon, a nuclear bomb at a very high level, not the highest, but it would have been a very high level. We have much bigger, but we hope that we're never going to have to use it. We have the most. Russia has second. China is very far behind, but going to catch up, unfortunately. You know, they're catching up. But we have the most. We have the most powerful. But we also have the most. But Russia's not far behind. And then you have China in third place, but within 5 years, they'll be probably even. And we ought to make a denuclearization deal. It would be so great. We don't need all of that. We don't need to be able to blow up the whole world 300 times over. It's terrible. It's really, if we could do a denuke deal, I'd love it. And one of those two is very willing to do it, I will tell you, but the other one is less willing to do it. And you need all of them. So the deal we reached with Iran on Sunday will be signed shortly. Tomorrow, maybe the next day. Subject deals. My whole life is all about deals. That's all I ever did is make deals. And crazy things happen with deals. I've gone into deals where it's a guarantee. No way it can not be signed. And it doesn't get signed. And I've gone into deals that you have no chance of making, and they go like nothing. So, but we're going to most likely sign a deal. They want to sign a deal. And they've been acting very appropriately. They took a big 2 hits last week. Those were 2 very big hits. So, importantly, Iran has agreed that they will neither produce nor procure a nuclear weapon. Neither produce, because originally they said, they talk about the that they will not develop a nuclear weapon. And some people found it okay. These guys didn't, in all fairness, but some people, but I didn't like it. Said it won't develop. I said, what happens if they should buy? I don't know. It's very dangerous for somebody to sell, because whoever sells them a nuclear weapon will get nuked themselves. If they sold a nuclear weapon, only a few that could do it, they would be nuked. They wouldn't have that country long. So it's a very dangerous thing for somebody to do. But I wanted it in there. So it's develop, procure, buy, anything. And you'll see that when you see the agreement, but it's appropriate that we release the agreement. And we did send a copy to Israel, by the way. They've been a good partner. Again, I think they could do better with respect to Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when two drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut. They could behave better. And frankly, they could do a better job. I love them as a partner. They were terrific. But they could do a much better job with Hezbollah. On that, I don't think they're doing well. And I feel very bad for Lebanon. Lebanon's been, it was a great culture. They had the professors, the doctors, the lawyers. It was an incredible culture, maybe the highest in the Middle East for years and years, centuries. And for the last 50, 60 years, they have been just trashed. They have been living in hell. So they'll work closely with us to turn over the so-called enriched material that's very deep in the bowels of the earth, very deep. Nobody can get it. So it's not important that we do it quickly, but we could do it fairly quickly. When we have a chance, we'll do it. But in the meantime, we have cameras on every inch of it. Nobody can do it. And if they do, we'll hit them with Patriots, that's all. And they'll be gone. And they know that. Technical discussions on the removal of all stockpiles of enriched materials will begin immediately. We're going to start that immediately. And unlike Barack Hussein Obama, who sent Iran pallets of cash, and any relief they receive under this deal, they'll have to get based on merit. And it won't be from us. We don't have to give them anything. But some people may want to invest. Like, what are you going to do? Say you can never, ever invest in a country? I mean, it's pretty tough. I don't mind being tough, but it's pretty crazy. You can invest in a country. You can invest in any country you want, but you can't invest there. Well, they need investment because we did $1.5 trillion, maybe $2 trillion worth of damage. So somebody's going to have to help them out. There's no guarantee about helping them out, and could be their neighbors will help them out a little bit. I don't know. But it's a lot of money. Almost nobody has that kind of money. That's the kind of damage that was done. But we're not investing any money. There was a fake story. There was a fake news story that got a person, a good person. JD made a statement. It was a perfect statement. And they reported it in a very strange way. But that's why it's fake news, I guess. So we don't give them money. We don't give them any of that. And what happens is, with time, if they behave, if they be a citizen of the world, a reasonable citizen of the world. And I think this group, again, I didn't do this for regime change, but I think this group is regime change. I mean, hey, the first group is dead. One little morning, having breakfast, the whole group, they thought they'd never be caught because we never bombed during breakfast, but we bombed. And they all, 88 people. And I'm not proud of that at all. But the second group came in and they were very unreasonable too. And they were all gone. They were all gone. And then the third group, we've been dealing with them. Couple left this planet, but we've been dealing with them. And again, they've been fine. I mean, I've had a lot easier. I've had some easier ones. They're tough, they're smart. Maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has already increased very substantially, and the normal flow of energy will resume in the coming days, and trillions of dollars will be made by the world, and the stock market will, I believe, continue to rise. The only difference is that a player that's very volatile, very tough, very smart, frankly, they have, in one way, a primitive culture, but it's also a genius primitive culture. They're very smart people, very good negotiators, but so are we. So rather than possibly going into a depression rather than having your favorite president be Herbert Hoover. I was always the one I didn't want to be. I wouldn't have preferred Nixon. I wouldn't have preferred, there are plenty I wouldn't prefer, but the one I always thought of, Herbert Hoover, and he caused it. He raised taxes too fast, and he raised interest rates too fast, all at the same time. And it caused the Great Depression. So I don't think I'll make mistakes like that. I lower taxes, I don't raise taxes. In fact, we just gave you the largest tax decrease, largest tax cut in the history of our country. So we'll be working on a parallel effort with the Gulf nations to address non-nuclear issues such as the conventional ballistic missiles, which we'll be talking about, and support. I mean, they have to have some because other people have some. You got to have some. Somebody said, you shouldn't give them one. I mean, I have guys, I like some of these guys, but I don't think they're smart. Sir, you shouldn't let them have any missile. I said, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to let Saudi Arabia have missiles, but they can't have them? Yes, sir. It doesn't work that way, you know. It doesn't work that way. And missiles aren't the problem. Missiles are, they hurt a little location, but they don't blow up the planet. So the Gulf nations will address the non-nuclear issues. As we'll be talking about the ballistic missiles, and we'll talk also about the terrorist proxies that they have. That we don't want that to happen. But I want to thank our partners in both Pakistan and Qatar. These people work so hard. And they knew him a little bit. In the case of Pakistan, quite well. In the case of Qatar, they were sort of at odds. And, you know, Qatar was great because they had right next door. When I flew from there, from that location to Saudi Arabia, I'd fly for 40 minutes, and I'd fly to UAE for 40 minutes, to great leaders there, by the way. In the case of Saudi Arabia, the father's still alive, and he's fantastic, and the son is going to be great. He's going to be great. The Crown Prince and Mohammed at UAE is an incredible warrior. He was dropping bombs. Last week I said, who the hell's dropping all those bombs? It was UAE. He's a good fighter, Mohammed. But every administration for decades has sought to get Iran to relinquish its nuclear ambitions, but the threat only got bigger. The words got bigger and bigger and stronger and bigger, and nothing ever happened. And Iran got stronger and tougher. If we didn't blow them up the first time and then blow out those weapons, they would have been unstoppable. This should have done, what I'm doing and what I did should have been done years ago. Would have been much easier, much less firepower. But it wasn't. And again, I want to thank all those countries, and I want to thank Israel and Bibi Netanyahu. So obviously the breakthrough would not have been possible without the unprecedented pressure the United States put on the regime over the past year and a half. But again, it started a long time ago. It started with the death of Soleimani. That was a big deal. No president in history has ever been tougher on Iran than I have, and they know that. And by the way, if they don't honor the agreement, or some things aren't even mentioned in the agreement, it's a memorandum of understanding, but we have an understanding of certain things without writing it. And if they don't honor that, we'll probably go back to bombing them until they honor it, you know? It's amazing what bombs can do. So I say it. The Obama deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, and let's call it the Trump deal, was a wall for a nuclear weapon that the nuclear weapon could not get through. Nobody's going to get through it. We built a wall. They weren't going to have it, and that's what we have right now. And it says very clearly, the most important clause to me, too, number one, the Strait opens, but that's much less important than the other clause. Clause number whatever, 5, 8, is a very strong statement that they will never have a nuclear weapon. And it doesn't say they'll have one in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. With Obama, they were able to enrich very quickly. This agreement now provides Iran with a historic opportunity. If they follow the path of cooperation, will have opened for them, their country will have a chance to survive. Now think of it, you know, they have 91 million people. People want me to bomb the bridges. Why don't I bomb? I already did. because, they went back on one of their promises and I bombed their biggest bridge, the equivalent of that was the George Washington Bridge of Iran. But we bombed that bridge, you saw that. One quick strike by an F-22, the most beautiful fighter jet ever made, by the way. In fact, we're ordering some more of them. We're bringing it out because it's so effective. It's incredible. It's incredible. Well, look, we have the greatest military in the world. Those B-2 bombers are unbelievable. Who would have thought they could handle, each had two because the flight was so long, but they handle three of the biggest, heaviest bombs, hundreds of thousands of pounds, and they handle them like they're nothing. It's amazing. And also, they're undetectable. They flew into Iran, totally, think of it, totally undetected. Now, Iran's waiting for them. They're waiting for them. And they never saw them. 1 o'clock in the morning, they never saw them. They're stealth. And we just ordered 22 more. The newer, upgraded version, which I guess is better. I don't know how the hell you get better. But as I expressed to the world leaders here this week, it's my hope that the peace agreement will be the beginning of a much larger deal all across the Middle East. We're very close. Look at the job we've done on Gaza. Look at Hamas. Hamas has been very silent. You haven't read anything about Hamas. And we're trying to get them unarmed. They grew up with a machine gun in their hand. I think they actually, when they were born, they came out with a machine gun in their hand. So it's not the easiest thing. But they've actually, behaved pretty well, considering this was not the lifestyle that they were taught to have. But including an end to all Iranian aggression, and they're not going to be Iranian aggression, and an end to war and terror in Lebanon. So the Lebanon peace is something we'll have to work on a little bit. It's a very small piece of the puzzle, actually, but it still makes a lot of noise. The big deal is the Iran deal. That's where the money is, where the power was. But they have Hezbollah, and we got to get that done one way or the other. We'll do it. I think Israel can do a much better job on it. Syria would love to do it. I was very responsible for the gentleman at Syria that's now the president of Syria. He's done a tremendous job. He's put that country together in a year and a half. Sort of like our country, a year and a half. It's pretty similar size. They said, please don't put him there. He's a very violent man. Al-Qaeda. I said, well, I know one thing. A Boy Scout's not going to work. And he's actually done a very good job. He'd love to go in. And, Hezbollah is an enemy of his. And he'd go in, but he wouldn't knock down buildings every time he hears there's somebody. He'd just go and get them with precision. But I don't know that people want that. Maybe they don't. Maybe Lebanon doesn't. We have to be guided a little bit by Lebanon. And by the way, the president is going to be coming, Prime Minister, President, going to be coming over to see us very shortly, over the next week or two. Good man. He's, man is living. What a tough life he's got, because he's got tough groups of people. And it's amazing. Amazing there is a Lebanon with all they've been through. They have been treated worse than just about, I think, anybody. Disrespected incredibly. So the expansion of the Abraham Accords is the other thing that we hope we're going to get. And I think Saudi Arabia, if they lead the way, they'd be doing themselves a big favor, because everybody that's in it, UAE went in right from the beginning. Again, he's a warrior. And they never got out. Nobody ever got out. You think maybe during the war. They were all afraid of, everybody was afraid of Iran. And that's why we ended up with the original members. But then when the election was rigged, that's right, and I wasn't here at all, nobody cared about anything. The country went to hell in every way. That was the least of it. Middle East was the least of the country went to hell, allowing 25 million people into the country, unchecked and unvetted, many of them criminals, many of them murderers, 11,888 murderers allowed into our country. So this was the least of it. But the past 2 days have also provided an opportunity to discuss a number of other key issues with members of the G7 and our partners. Yesterday morning, we had a productive conversation on the war in Ukraine. I spoke with President Putin. I spoke with President Zelensky, and he was there. And President Putin I spoke over the phone with. And something's going to happen. They're losing a lot of people, a lot of soldiers are losing soldiers. Both are losing a lot. Russia's losing more. because they're the offensive ones. And when you're offensive in war, you lose more. Pretty simple. But I provided an update on my call Sunday with President Putin and expressed my continued hope. We had a very good conversation with President Putin and a very, very good conversation with President Zelensky. I think they both want to do something. They just don't know how to do it. They want to do it. They just don't know how. In our session yesterday afternoon on international partnerships, I offered an update on how the United States is leading the world in responding to the Ebola outbreak in Africa, sending $375 million in aid so far to help stop and contain the crisis at its source. And we've done great. I was with the president of a couple of presidents came over, by the way, from African nations, and they were so happy with what we did. But where it's unfair is we gave $375 million. The rest of the world gave essentially nothing, maybe a couple of bucks, but nothing. And they were all saying, thank you so much. And I think they've done a good job. It's a terrible thing. Ebola is a terrible thing. That's an unbelievable one. Fortunately, it's not like COVID where it's that easy to spread around, but it's rough. And we've done a good job. We've moved people to certain quarantines, certain locations. But today we also had excellent meetings on the economy and artificial intelligence, which is amazing what's going on with that. It's going to be the biggest thing ever. We have to be very careful with it. It's both great and could be bad. We have to be careful with it. But we're leading China. We're leading the world on that. We're allowing them to do their own electric plants because they need, as an example, those buildings are so big. And they're not taking the community's electricity. I gave them the right. It was my idea. I gave them the right to build electric plants like Con Edison in New York. Dig we must. And they've come up with plants that nobody's ever seen anything like them. Those are like very high IQ people. So they're actually building electric plants. So because otherwise they could never build a building because the grid is old and tired and broken and a mess. So they're building it, and they're going to sell their, very cheaply, they're going to sell their extra electricity into the grid. So we take care of a lot of things like California, which doesn't have nearly enough electricity. They don't know what they're doing there. And instead of having blackouts and brownouts, they'll be able not to. We found a great deal of unity here at the G7, and we signed a declaration on illegal immigration, the first time ever for a G7 statement. They did a beautiful statement. We signed other agreements to step up and to really coordinate and spend a lot of time coordinating drug trafficking and the stopping of drug trafficking, which is crazy. It comes through Mexico, comes through the southern border, the little that comes through. They find a way, they put it, they're genius. If they would use that genius for good, they'd be very rich people. They have it in engines, they have it in hubcaps, they have it in areas you wouldn't even believe. They have it in the structures of cars. Most incredible thing. But we've done a great job on it. We have drugs coming through the border are down 61%. Drugs coming through water, the sea, ocean, sea, Gulf, down 97.2%. That's the ones that get hit. Just like we hit the Iranian minesweepers and mine droppers, they call them. They dropped. Who would have 28 mine droppers? Who has 28 mine droppers? They actually had them, but they don't have many more. We hit them just like we hit the drug dealers. But drugs are down by water 97%, and over 60% they're down. And now we're going to go and focus on the land. They come through Mexico. Mexico has lost control of their country. The cartels run Mexico, and it's sad. And the president's a very good woman, but she's a very scared woman. The drug cartels are totally running Mexico. It's not even close. We agreed to accelerate our efforts to secure our critical minerals and rare earth supply chains, where we have great companies really going to town. We're going to give everybody a big run because we do it better than, and we had to get motivated. The G7 also agreed that the United States' new approach to international development based on the private sector investment is working at levels that they never thought possible. It's really working. I held a number of very positive bilateral meetings, including with the President of France. It was a very good meeting, actually. The Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim, who's, I tell you, I wish I could really know the guy. You know, some people say, well, he lived in that neighborhood. You can't be saying things that you'd like to have him say. He was fantastic on this, and he's been a fantastic guy in terms of energy and getting energy out there. President of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Zayed, who's an amazing warrior. President El-Sisi of Egypt. Prime Minister Modi of India. We spent a long time together today. I spoke to Mohammed. I spoke to the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia a number of times. They're all so happy that they're still, you have to have them happy too, you know. We're using their airports. Not that they could stop us if we didn't want them to, but it'd be nice that I went to get that little sucker. But I missed. I hate missing. But we spoke to all of them and many countries all over the world. So every country, I think Israel too. Look, think of what Israel's getting. They're not going to be nuked. It's very simple. I told Bibi, your biggest risk was that they drop a nuclear weapon into the middle of Israel. They'd only need one, and there would be no more Israel. Think of it, Bibi. You got the best, the most important thing that you were asking for is that. So I think they're happy. Some people are going to be, not him, but there are some people, some writers, some that I thought were friends of mine, but I don't want them as friends anymore because they're either stupid or they're bad people. But we stopped nuclear holocaust, and it stopped too. I mean, there's not going to be any of that. So from the beginning to the end, it was clear that this week, America's back. It's bigger and better and stronger. We're more respected as a country right now, I think, than we ever have been. And we were a laughingstock 2 years ago. They would laugh at us. We had a man that should have never been there. You know that. A man that would walk up to a podium once every year, and they'd ask him, what flavor ice cream do you like? I like vanilla. Then he'd try and find the stairs, which he couldn't find most of the time, and he'd leave. This is very unfair reporting. And then you said you didn't know about that. You didn't know there was something wrong. We can never let that happen to our country again. To me, the worst. We had the worst inflation ever. We had the worst in prices and the costs. It's all coming down now because the oil is bringing it down. You're going to see numbers that are going to be amazing. But this evening, I look forward to a very special dinner with President Macron and his fabulous wife at the Palace of Versailles. I sort of like that palace. Palace has a lot of gold. I want to check it out. It's a beautiful palace, maybe the most beautiful of all. I hope you're going to get to see it. The ones that are traveling with me, I hope you're going to get to see it because it's amazing. But they asked me if I'd stay a little bit longer and go to Paris. So I'll get home a little bit later, but it'll be a nice dinner. But I'm interested to see it. I mean, that's the ultimate, I guess. It's the ultimate of its type. Louis XIV. Celebrating the 250th anniversary of America's founding and America's oldest alliance, and we're celebrating that a little bit tonight. They'll have the biggest people in Europe at the dinner, and those people love our country, and hopefully Europe is going to find its way. Europe is having a lot of hard times. They're doing some things very badly on energy and on immigration. They're doing things very badly, and we'll be talking about that tonight. So with that all said, if you want to ask us any questions, and feel free to ask the people behind me. Yeah? Peter?
Bonjour. You've been clear, President Trump, the United States is not going to directly pay Iran, but the U.S. is going to let the Iranians start making billions of dollars, selling oil, accessing this reconstruction fund.
Only if they're doing things right. Peter, only if, we're not doing anything. We're not putting up money. Only if they're doing things right. If they're doing things right, if people want to invest, they can invest. But they had this $300 million fund. It's only $300 million fund. It's only if they're doing things right. Remember this also, when you talk about billions of dollars, they've had much more than $1 trillion worth of damage done. They got a long way. There'll be 15 to 20 years to rebuild what they have right now. So they have to behave themselves. If they're not behaving, they get hit again. You know, they'll be hit again because we can do it very easily. It's going to take a long way for them to build back their anti-aircraft stuff. It's going to take, and you know, the other thing, I want to thank China, President Xi. I was with him, and he stayed neutral, totally neutral, and I appreciate it. And I want to thank Vladimir Putin. He was very neutral. They could have made it much more difficult for us. And I want to say it. You know, somebody would say, "Oh, that's terrible. He's thinking President Xi of China." Well, let me tell you, I had a long talk with him. You know, they have shoulder weapons to knock down airplanes. That it's not like the real deal, but they're accurate. They're fairly accurate. I said, I would really appreciate you're not giving or selling any of that stuff. China, President Xi, I was with him, and he stayed neutral, totally neutral, and I appreciate it. And I want to thank Vladimir Putin. He was very neutral. They could have made it much more difficult for us. And I want to say it. You know, somebody would say, "Oh, that's terrible. He's thinking President Xi of China." Well, let me tell you, I had a long talk with him. You know, they have shoulder weapons to knock down airplanes. That it's not like the real deal, but they're accurate. They're fairly accurate. I said, I would really appreciate you're not giving or selling any of that stuff to Iran. And you know what? For the most part, he didn't. So I just want to thank them because they made it a lot better.
Can you explain, though, what the difference is between giving Iran U.S. dollars and unfreezing U.S. dollars for
Well, the unfreezing, that's an easy one to answer. We have taken a lot of their money, and we have their money. We have taken their money. It's not our money. It's their money, and we froze it. At a certain point in time, I guess we're going to have to give it back. You know, if we didn't give it back, nobody would ever invest in the dollar again. If you took their money, because I thought about it, you know, I'm not the most perfect person. I said to Scott, why do we keep their money? What the hell are we giving it back to them? But, you know, people from lots of nations, some nations we don't agree with, they have their money. The dollar's become very strong under me. And they don't want to have a little conflict with somebody and end up having the United States just take their money. So if you do that, you really don't have a system.
And I did just want to ask you about this. A wise man once said in January of 2020, Iran never won a war, but never lost a negotiation. That wise man.
Who said that?
Donald Trump.
Oh, that's what I thought you were going to say.
So how do you go back to the United States and convince a skeptical American public that this deal is a win?
Here they lost militarily, okay? It's very tough because I know that no matter what, if I would go, by the way, if I'd go another 3 or 4 weeks, those same people that are critical would say, he went too long, he should have done, you know, no matter what. If they raised the white flag of surrender, and if they said, praise be to Allah, Donald Trump is the greatest president ever. We totally concede. We totally give up. This war is over. We have failed. The New York Times and CNN and a couple of others, they're not all that dishonest. They say Iran had a great victory, okay? They practically do that. You know, it's amazing. When we knocked out their last ship, they had 159 ships. When we knocked out the last ship, the Times refused to do a story on it. They said, why wouldn't you? They don't have a Navy, and you don't want to do a story on it. They don't have an Air Force. You don't want to do a story. We need a fair press. And that's why they're all doing so badly, because they lost credibility. When I win in a landslide and I had 93% bad press, they take good stories about me and make them bad. But the only reason that happened is because they have so little, the media has so little credibility that the people voted for me. 93% of the stories on network, ABC is horrible. I think ABC is the worst. NBC is terrible. And CBS is terrible. CNN, obviously. and I never get good stories, no matter what I do. I could do the greatest thing. I won't get good stories on this. I'll get it from fair media. I'll get it from all over the world. They're writing good. But no matter what I do, I'm going to get bad press. I know that. Now, if I did the opposite, if I went out and continued to bomb them for another 4, just bomb the hell out of them, I'd get bad press on that. No, there's nothing I can do. But what this does is it allows the ships to go. If we keep bombing, those ships won't be going. And you're talking about $500, $600, $700 million a day. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid. It's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see bedlam? So for all those so-called geniuses that want to show me how smart they are, ask them why didn't they blow up General Soleimani. Ask that of the general and a couple of other people that I like very much, but boy, are they wrong. Go ahead. How about you? Thank you, Peter. I give you more, Peter, but people will say I like you too much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bonsoir, Mr.
You know,
President.
he told me that first day in office, he asked me like 7 questions. I answered all of them. Is this true? He said, he just answered more questions in one meeting than Joe Biden did in 4 years, okay? You know, I'm not going to get you in trouble, but that's what you said. Go ahead.
Bonsoir, Mr. President. In The Art of the Deal, you write about the importance of leverage. Yeah. Obviously, you have a lot of leverage when it comes to Iran, whether it's militarily or through economic sanctions. What leverage, sir, do you have when it comes to Israel and Hezbollah to ensure that they abide by the ceasefire?
Well, I think we have leverage just by the fact that we really have Iran now has to be good. They have to behave. And we might help. That's a much smaller conflict. It's a conflict that should be able to be over with. I'm surprised it's taken so long. And it's a much smaller, but we have a lot of leverage. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest, most powerful. Look at the blockade. By the way, the blockade was more impactful than all of the bombing raids where we dropped $1 billion worth of bombs on Iran. The blockade was so incredible. The naval blockade, the admiral, the whole thing, not one ship got through. That meant no money got through. They were dying. They had no money. They have inflation that's 250 or 300%. They have no money. We have tremendous leverage. We have the leverage of the economy as an example. We'll get that done. That's a small one, and we'll work with Israel and get it done. But I'd like to do it. I mean, you have people living there. Buildings are being dropped on top of them or right alongside of them. How would you like to live there? It's so unfair, especially Beirut. You know, you go into Beirut, and I looked at the scene 2 days ago, yesterday, where they hit. That was a big hit. That was unnecessary in my book. Yeah, please.
2 questions. If you could clarify something you said just a few minutes ago. One of the goals of Epic Fury going into it, you said was...
Say it again. Speak up.
Sorry. One of the goals of Epic Fury, you said going into it, was to destroy Iran's ballistic missiles and its capabilities to build more.
Yeah.
Why is it acceptable to you now that they keep some of that capability? And Iran is...
What are they keeping? What are they keeping? They have less than other nations now. We knocked out probably 85% of their missiles. The rest of them are underground. They can't even get them out. You know, the other night's raid, I think it was on the first night, we knocked out hundreds of their missiles. Actually, by mistake, we were hitting an area, and you can sort of see when the bombs are going off, and then you see one that looks like, wow, what happened? A lot of missiles knocked down. No, but what are you going to do? Let's spend another 2 weeks and give them none. They don't want to be firing missiles right now. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. They're going to have a hard time rebuilding. And if people from the Middle East, if people want to invest, and again, they don't have to invest at all, but if they do want to invest, it does have oil. It does have probably a future, but it's going to take a long time. But are you going to let the 91 million people starve to death? I mean, one of the things I was very intent on, they have water desalination plants, very good ones. I could have knocked them out in 5 minutes, just like I knocked out Cargill, and I knocked out everything but the oil. I said 25, it was so complete. The only thing there is the pipes coming with the oil, because I didn't want to ruin the world market, because they do a lot of money. But I didn't want to do that, no. It would have been so easy. It would have been easier, and I would have satisfied a group of 10% of the people, but it would have been the wrong thing to do. And it could have caused an international depression.
Iran's position,
Maybe not.
Iran's position has always been that their nuclear program was for civilian purposes. If they come back after the signing of this and say they want to continue to have a civilian nuclear program, is that acceptable to you?
Well, I've said to them always, I say, look, you have probably the third largest oil reserves in the world. What the hell do you need nuclear for? You need nuclear for some electricity. So I've always felt that way. So we've been pretty tough on that. You know, it is a little hard, though, when you say that somebody wants it, other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that. It's always a little tough. You have to use a little common sense, please. New York Times, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Now that you're approaching a new phase in this conflict with Iran, can you now say whether you will hold anyone in your administration accountable for the strike on a school that killed more than 100 children on the first day of the war?
No, if it was a fault, and as you know, that's under investigation. It's such a strange question to be asked at this state, because you're talking about a long time ago, but nobody did that on purpose. I guess you'd have to say about them, what about the thousands of soldiers that they blew up when they opened their car door? What about the thousands of people that were killed by Iran? No, mistakes are made. The war is nasty. But I know it's under investigation, and I could have a report for you tomorrow. Or I would ask Pete Hegseth that question, because they have it under investigation. Please.
Mr. President, you've been saying all week that this deal permanently prevents Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, but the drafts of the deal that have been floating around barely mention Iran's nuclear program. So can you explain how exactly the deal achieves that goal?
So when I say permanently, it should be permanently. But if it's not permanently, we will bomb them. They will be bombed, just like I bombed them on Wednesday night and Tuesday night, and was going to bomb them on Thursday night at a level that was 3 times greater, and they knew that. I will bomb them. Now, that's with me as president. If you have a weak, pathetic president, maybe that doesn't happen, but I can only do the job that I have to do. I have a long time to go. I have almost 3 years, close to 3 years. Time is going fast. But our country's become we're the most respected country in the world. Those leaders today, they said, we used to laugh at you. 2 years ago, the same guys, they'd laugh at the country. And now they say, you're the most respected country anywhere in the world. Militarily, even military. Take a look at what happened look at what happened in so many different locations. Afghanistan, that horrible retreat that these people made, leaving equipment behind. They weren't under any pressure. You take your time. You can get out. I was going to get out. We were going to get out with dignity and pride, take 100% of the equipment. I was even taking the tents down. But then they got in and they just left. They left all the equipment. I may get all that equipment back. Now, here's the thing. More symbolic, because it's a little old now. But we may get it all back.
So you're threatening...
Afghanistan is kissing our ass. You know that?
So you're threatening to bomb Iran if they don't comply, but there's nothing enforceable in the deal itself. Is that correct?
Doesn't have to be. I let them know. I said, look, if you don't adhere to the agreement, I don't want to do that, but we're going to bomb the hell out of you. And I don't think that they're going to veer from the agreement. What else am I going to do? Am I going to say I'm going to take you to court? Let me take you to court. Let me sue you. No, we're going to bomb the hell out of them if they violate the agreement. I don't want them to. I want them to honor the agreement. Again, the straits close up. Bad things can happen. You know, in war, terrible things happen. Like you mentioned the question before about a school gets hit. Other things get hit. Bad things happen in war. War is a nasty place. I see it. I see it. I see it better than maybe anybody has ever seen it. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, President Trump. Oil prices are now plummeting. How do you see this agreement further affecting energy prices in the U.S. and the U.S. economy in the long term? And secondly, Mr. President, how do you think Vice President J.D. Vance did on The View yesterday?
Well, first of all, thank you for the word plummeting, because that's what's happening. Oil prices are plummeting. And that means oil prices are going to come down. You know, if you make donuts, you have a heating, you have a stove, and you have to buy the heat. You need the gas or the electricity or whatever you're using. And when oil prices come down, oil is the biggest thing. Oil is, you get oil prices coming down, and they're going to come down. And we're hitting in the threes now for gasoline, and that'll come down a lot lower. So I was in Iowa just before this started, and I was saying to myself, I can't believe we're doing so well, but I have to go, and we have to put out this fire in Iran because I don't want them using a nuclear weapon. They would have used a nuclear weapon. 100% they would have used it. The only question is, was it going to be that day or that week? They would have used a nuclear weapon. They were on the way. And I said, we're going to have to put out the fire. And I said, you know, oil prices, so gasoline, we passed 2 gas stations in Iowa, made a speech up there. The people are great. I won it by so much. And I love the people, farmers. And we passed 2 gas stations. One was $1.85. One was $1.91. Now, that's Iowa. But it was, I mean, California has all those crazy taxes that they put on, you know, California taxes. But the oil was down to $2 to, I'd say, between $2 and $2.50. And it was heading down further. And we were going to have a great run. We took a little journey down to a place called the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we bombed the hell out of them, and now they can never have a nuclear weapon. Now, we had a disturbance, but I must say it was much less than anybody thought. The oil never went to $350 a barrel. It went to $115, $120. The oil never went anywhere near that. And the other thing, I thought the stock market would go down 25 or 30%. The stock market a week ago, before we started this, was higher than it was when we started, which tells you that we have a very resilient economy. We have the strongest economy we've ever had. Now, the word affordability is a fake word made up by the Democrats. Here's where it's fake, because they made it up, because I inherited these prices. And when I had my first news conference, first day, they started screaming affordability, the Democrats. Affordability, affordability, they're screaming. I said, what's that all about? They gave it to me. They gave it to me. It's affordability. And they used that word to a fairly well. Well, they were the ones that created the affordability crisis. I'm the one that got it down. Remember, highest insurance rates in history, highest rates for everything. Eggs, remember eggs? They were 4 times more expensive than they were in my administration. And I got it down, Peter, very quickly. Our secretary did a good job of agriculture, Brooke. She did a great job with eggs and everything else. And now that the oil is coming down, you're going to see everything follow. Everything follows the cost of energy. And we're going to end up having the lowest energy anywhere in the world. Please. Yeah. No, please.
Thank you.
You're from ABC. You're fake news. Go ahead.
To follow up on oil, can you confirm, will Iran be able to immediately sell their oil to market? And will U.S. sanctions snap back immediately if there is a delay or collapse in the talks? And then relatedly, is there any safeguard in this deal to prevent Iran from charging what they say could be fees after the 60-day extension?
The thing that's going to stop them from doing that, because you can't cover everything in a document, is common sense. They don't want to get bombed. They don't want to get hit. As far as sanctions are concerned, at some point, you know, we have sanctions which will never let them rebuild. They would have no money. They would be in poverty. The 91 million people would starve. So something will happen as soon as they behave. When they behave, we're going to let that go. We're going to have to. I put sanctions on a lot of people, and then I let them go. A lot of countries. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Shinji Abe. I'm a Japanese Yomiuri newspaper company from the Washington Correspondent. My question is about the Strait of Hormuz. Did you ask other G7 nations to send military force? And what specifically are you asking of Japan? Or
where are you from?
I'm from Japan.
From where?
Japan. And is military support?
I just left your prime minister. Japan's doing very well. She's my biggest fan, I have to tell you. She thinks I did a great job. You have to call her and ask her. She's doing a very good job, by the way. Go ahead.
And military support is no longer necessary.
Yeah, but what do you want to know? Go ahead, just tell me. What do you want to know?
Okay. My question is, did you ask other G7 nations to send military force? And what specifically are you asking of Japan?
To send the Air Force? For what?
So no, we asked any country to send military forces to the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, other countries, not just Japan. No, I don't need. We don't need it. Oh, by the way, they all want to do it. They all want to do it. Every single one of them. They want to go be a part of it now. Not while the war was going on. I was a little disappointed. The UK, I said, yeah, it would be nice if you sent ships. I didn't put a hard sell on, but I said it would be nice if you sent some ships. And the Prime Minister said, they'll be there, sir, as soon as the war is over. I said, did he just say that? I couldn't believe it, actually. Japan has offered to get involved, but I mean, I'll be honest, Japan was not willing to get involved during the war. I asked her, I said, you want to get involved a little bit? I didn't put the heavy sell on, but they said, no, we don't want to get involved. Nobody did. We did it ourselves with Israel and with the Arab states that got hit, surprisingly hit. Yeah. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Mr. President. Question on Brazil. I would like to know, how was your interaction here in Evian during the G7 with the Brazilian President Lula? Did you talk about the new U.S. tariffs on Brazil? Did you talk about the U.S. designation of criminal gangs as terrorists?
We did.
How was it?
I spent a lot of time with him, actually, and it's become a little rough country, right? Politically. It's been a little dangerous politically. You're talking about Brazil, yeah? It's been nasty. I hear they arrested somebody that's running for office today. I found that out after we left. I just said goodbye to him, and I heard that they arrested the Bolsonaro Jr. He was doing well in the polls, and they arrested him because he made a statement in Texas. They arrested him, or they want to arrest him. They have something out for his arrest. No, they play pretty tough. But nobody plays tougher than the United States. Look, our elections are totally rigged. We have rigged elections. Please, in the back. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, President.
Thank you.
Sumu Sakamoto, the Asahi Shimbun. For G7, the concept of the rule of law has long been considered the core principle. During this summit, any of the leaders expressed any concerns on the possible violation of international law on the attack on Iran?
No, actually the opposite. They felt they were very dangerous. They were very relieved because they could get hit too. They were very relieved. No, we never discussed that. No, it would be the opposite. They broke the law. They killed thousands of people. They killed thousands of our soldiers and hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. President,
yes.
Yesterday, the Pakistan thanks for the Chinese government to help make a peace talk between Iran and the United States. So what do you think about China's work to get the United States and Iran sitting down to talk and make the deal? And the second question is...
Okay, let me answer the question.
Okay.
So I think China's been terrific. I told you that before. They could have been bad. They could have sent in to try and block or break the blockade. They could have sent in an oil ship with 6 destroyers alongside of it on each side. They didn't do that. President Xi helped me. He tried to help, and I think he probably helped get it solved. You know, they get 50% of their oil from that location. So that wasn't that easy. President Xi was fantastic. He tried to help me solve it. And he didn't give any big weaponry. I guess we'll find something somewhere along the line. But he didn't give any big weaponry, I can tell you that. No, I think China I couldn't ask for much more. Again, they were impacted because they get more than 50% of their oil from the Hormuz Strait. And no, I thought they were fantastic. Okay, how about one more question right here? Go ahead, please.
The latest YouGov Economist poll shows that Democrats have lost a 5-point edge on the generic congressional ballot. They just have now just a 2-point lead since February. Do you think that they're losing momentum?
Well, I see the Republicans in generics. You know, generics are very important. I don't know how accurate, because I see a lot of bad polls. The polls are very dishonest, just like a lot of reporters, like these people over here, are very dishonest. CNN, ABC, it's a whole group of them over there. They're really dishonest people. But, you know, and really networks are very dishonest. And they have to straighten themselves out, or they're not going to be very successful, because people don't believe them anymore. But no, the generics are very interesting, because the Republicans are coming up strong even before this. You know why? They're seeing all these lunatics, like the guy in Maine with the swastika. You know, for 10 years they've been calling me a Nazi. And now they have a Nazi running. He's got a tattoo on him. I've been denying it for 10 years. They know it's not so, but they've been calling. I don't think they can call it to me anymore. You know, one more? One more? Go ahead, Peter. Let me finish with Peter, because he's been better to me than he's been to Biden.
Thank you, President Trump. I have a question about this weekend. Why not stick around for the signing ceremony with this Iran peace deal?
I might.
You might?
Yeah, I might. But I'd rather, this is a memorandum of understanding. It's very important, but it might not be the kind of a document that I should be signing.
There's some element to this where you send the vice president. If it works out, great, you look like a genius for sending him. And if it doesn't work out, it's the vice president's fault.
Like that idea, sure. Well, this way, if it works out, I'm going to take the credit. If it doesn't work out, I'm blaming JD. You better be careful, JD. He's going to turn his plane around and get the hell out of here. Yeah, I like that idea. I think it's a good idea. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
So Peter Doocy with the final question there, the G7 news conference with President Trump. The President Trump, by staying away from the signing ceremony on Friday, if it happens in Geneva, kind of gets to declare victory both ways. If they do sign it, he gets to claim, I got it done. And if they don't sign it, then he gets to blame J.D. Vance. Interesting way to finish out that news conference, which went on for some time. Sam.
Fair enough. Yeah, started taking.
All right, so. It's funny, I've come full circle from the beginning of the show to right now. Just want to remind you, I had posted this at 7:18 this morning. It's to prepare yourselves for what is about to happen. The deep state can't possibly allow Trump to appear even remotely successful in Iran. Their political survival mandates they attack. And Trump knows that. Just watch the rest of the movie. And I firmly believe that. I firmly, A, believe we're watching a movie, and B, watch what the press does. They can't wait to say that we gave away the farm. They're not even going to listen to what he said. I'm going to have to clip that right at the beginning. We're not giving them a dime. If other countries choose to invest, that is on the other countries. We can't prevent, nor would we want to prevent, other countries from investing in Iran. Invest being a key word, get a return from what they invest into Iran. Our deal, what we want, based on what he said, is to make sure they are not a nuclear threat. That was everything going into this, was to make sure that they did not have the capability, any sort of capacity to make a nuclear weapon publicly. But as I've said, and I feel more convinced than ever as I watch that press conference, that what we are seeing is truly going after the trophy, which is Obama. He mentioned his name a couple times. He mentioned his name as Hussein Obama. He talked about the pallets of cash. And then what was interesting is that there obviously is a number of things outside the parameters of the deal that he can't put in this so-called deal. And at the end, that last question, I'm going to have to look up. What the hell did he mean was, that's something I can't sign? I don't know if you caught that. So there is much more going on than what any of these people on television are even understanding. The bottom line is they can't have a nuclear weapon. All the other stuff is peripheral BS. I don't think anybody ever thought they would never be allowed to build their country back. History tells you that. Again, that's why I guess Democrats hope that you don't have a memory. Let me just take you down, I don't know, not even too far in ancient history. You know, early 70s, there happened to be this thing in Vietnam. Where do you think Vietnam is like right now? We didn't put the money into Vietnam, but it is now thriving. Other countries help put money into Vietnam. Don't believe me? Go check. Let's go back to the 40s. We blew the hell out of Japan with 2 giant bombs, Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Destroyed them. What happened after we destroyed them? Well, I'm surprised that nobody even mentioned that. Well, we put in a ton of money. If you go in and do your research and say, you know what, simply go into ChatGTP, go into Grok, and say, hey, listen, hey, Grok, tell me in American dollars today, what did we spend revitalizing Japan? And get that information. Find out up front, what do you think that was? What was that number that was given to Japan over a period of time so that they could rebuild their economy? I bet you in American dollars today, probably anywhere between 15 to 30 billion dollars is what we gave or invested in Japan. It's interesting that that one reporter was from Japan. And obviously it wasn't choreographed, but that should have made people right there think to themselves, what did we do in Iran? With Japan, did we blow up Japan and then say, you can never get anybody to invest in your country? No. So what's the difference? And I'm not saying this, and don't call me a bootlicker. I'm asking you a simple question. If we dropped 2 big-ass bombs on Japan, killed hundreds of thousands of people, put that entire country into ruins, and then rebuild them, and we did all kinds of damage to Iran and other countries, not us, other countries invest into them so that they can rebuild themselves, what's the difference? Well, the only difference, I would think, is that Japan got on a boat and signed an unconditional surrender and said, you know, we won't do this ever again. Did Iran do that? Did Iran just say to President Trump, we will not do anything nuclear. We will not go ahead and get a nuclear bomb. And we don't have the capacity to do so right now. And we're still going to monitor you just to make sure. So if that's what the deal is, which nobody still hasn't seen this so-called deal, understand that we still don't have this so-called deal. It's just not there. Now we're going to have to find out what exactly is the deal. What was interesting is Bloomberg put this deal in place and said, here is the text of the deal, which the White House came out and said, nope, that's not it. But everybody's running with it. And so here was the text of the deal. Below is the text of the 14-point draft memorandum as seen by Bloomberg News. So I would tell each of you, hold on to this. Hold on to this 14 points that you're going to see here. Hold on to these 14 points. Looks like 13 to me. Where's 14? Yeah, 14. Hold on to these 14 points and then come back on Monday and say to yourself, okay, how does it match up from what Bloomberg posted? If Bloomberg is right, and this document you're seeing, or the text here is what you see, is exactly as what's written in the MOU when it's published, then somebody did leak it. But if it's not these 14 paragraphs, then somebody was played. But it's a long document. You guys can all read it for yourself. I'm not going to go through all this. I'm not going to make you stay here for another half hour. But I want to bring you your attention to this, number 6. Because number 6 here is what has got everybody up in a manic craziness reaction. Read it. If this is true, which we have no idea if it's true, but this is what everyone is looking at. The United States undertakes, together with its regional partners, to create a comprehensive plan agreed upon by both parties for the rehabilitation and the economic development of the Islamic Republic of Iran. All right. So what it just said, maybe this was written incorrectly, but it says that the United States agrees to create a comprehensive plan. Next sentence, or after the paragraph here, while ensuring financing of at least $300 billion, the implementation mechanism of this plan as a part of the final agreement will be formulated with 60 days. It does not say that America is giving them $300 billion. Doesn't say it. You're looking at it right now. If this ends up being the actual text, it does not say they get $300 billion from America. In addition, the way it's written, this is what is agreed upon for the economic development for the Islamic Republic of Iran, while ensuring financing of at least $300 billion. Financing. Well, I know that most of the reporters out there have never done anything in terms of real estate development. I am positive that almost every single one of them have never been involved in a business that they've had to finance. Finance. So what they do is they completely skip that. Oh, we're getting $300 billion. And I'm reading, and I can actually read, and you guys can read right now, that if, big if this is the final document, if somebody did leak it, then you can look at that and go, ensuring the financing of at least $300 billion. Any of you who have ever bought a house or bought a car, have done any sort of construction on your home, you damn well know the difference between somebody handing you $300 billion and somebody financing you $300 billion. You know the difference between somebody handing you $10,000 and financing you $10,000. And hopefully you are adult enough to understand the difference in those two words. If I said to you, I am going to finance the purchase of your house, what exactly does that entail? It means you're paying me back. You realize that. If I'm going to give you the loan, which is what financing is, if I'm going to give you the loan for you to buy a house, you are going to pay me back with interest. And you are going to pay me back with there's some sort of clause in it that says if you don't pay me, I'm taking your house. But for some reason, again, if this is the final document, which we don't know, nobody's talking about that. I challenge you at 1:21 p.m. right now on the 17th, let me know how many people you hear over the next couple days that mention the word financing. Nope, they'll skip it. How do I know? They've already been saying that in some of the comments on my my post. They don't have any idea what the F financing means. They're clueless. Okay, what are we financing then? No, we're not. Other people are. So if they're going to, hey, we need to rebuild this apartment complex. Well, we don't have the cash for it. We will help you finance it, says Qatar or UAE or Saudi Arabia. We'll give you a loan to rebuild this apartment complex. Why would that be a problem? Why would that be a problem for anybody given this country's history? This country's history of going back into places that we blew up and helping them rebuild. especially if it doesn't cost us anything. And then you want to conversely come back over and say, what did the left expect? There's no way they wanted us to obliterate that country. You understand a little bit difference there, play on words? No, we weren't obliterating Iran. We needed to get something for Iran. Our target wasn't Iran. Our target is obliteration of the deep state. Now, I believe the deep state has been cut off from Iran. If you can't have anything nuclear, if you can't do any of your subservient subterfuge, if you got other countries, if people are monitoring, the deep state was indeed obliterated from Iran. You won't be able to do your shenanigans. Media won't talk about that. They won't even mention that. See, the problem for the media, though, is very simple. Here's the problem for the media. It is June. The midterms are not until November. With this thing being signed, let's assume Iran does what they're supposed to do and behaves. 30 days from now, when gas is $2.90, nobody's going to give a shit. Nobody is going to have a problem. Nobody is going to remember. I said that to SV, and he's like, yeah, they'll be right back to Epstein. They'll be right back to talking about Epstein and millionaires and billionaires because you're taking their ammunition off the field. Most of you, if gas is within, by the summertime, if football season comes, if gas is $2.80, $2.90, nobody's going to be talking about it. Because if you made this entire thing, if the Democrats' entire attack on President Trump was to say that people can't afford stuff because of the war, then when people can afford stuff, it doesn't matter. Nobody is going to say in October, man, back in June and May, I was paying $5 a gallon for gas. F Trump. It's not how it works. You know that's not how it works. People have a memory like this far. If things are going well for them in the future, you know what they're going to do. Speaking of the future, let's look at something as well, so you guys can see where things are as of right now. All right, so as of right now, the Dow is up 122, S&P is teetering at minus 687, and NASDAQ is minus 437. And oil prices had, I wanted to tell you guys, because it was right there, is when he walked on stage and it dropped. Bam, just dropped. Silver, up to, let me refresh so it gets the right, is at 70.72. It went straight up. Gold, let's see where gold is. And gold went straight up as well. So ergo, things are going to continue moving north. Market, gold, silver. Oil is going to continue to go down. The effects are going to be gradual but measurable. So I just wonder, how are you going to feel in August if you're paying $2.90 or $3 a gallon? No one's going to care. I guarantee you, I don't guarantee much, but I will guarantee you as we move into the busy season, when I say busy season, when we're seeing the convergence of the NFL, college football, which people's eyeballs are going to go whoop, immediately. No one's going to be talking about this stuff. The World Series, the return of the NBA, the return of hockey, all of that happens at the same time. This morning, I got an email from the Miami Dolphins. Hey, don't forget you get your tickets. And they're like, you also get special privileges for the Capital One Orange Bowl. I'm like, when the hell is the Orange Bowl? It's in January. You're pitching me today to get Orange Bowl tickets? Because nobody's going to remember. Nobody's going to care, except when they find out that they've got Obama's head on a stick. That is where things are going to get real spicy. When Bill Pulte goes back in as DNI. See, This was their weapon. I guarantee you, give this 5, 6, 7 days, and they find out that we're not giving them $300 billion. The podcasters, the panicins, the grifters will have nothing to say because people will be like, it didn't affect me now. I'm good. I'm real good. Trust me on this one. I don't say that very often. I'm not a trust me type person, but trust me on this one. You know how I know? Because it's happened over and over and over. The Democrats don't have anything to stand on, and so, yeah, it keeps going that way. Let me see with SB. What do you got, man?
All right, I have 3 things. It's going to take a couple of minutes. The first one, 2 up from the bottom. At the same time that President Trump was speaking, J.D. Vance was speaking. He was speaking in Bethpage, Nassau County. Basically, the messaging was highlighting efforts against financial schemes, abuse, and public safety.
Which one is he? Vice President. Oh, okay.
From the bottom.
From Gunther.
Yeah.
Gunther.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, hold on a second. Hold on.
I know that's a different one.
No, that's my next story. Actually, from Vice President J.D. Vance. It's you don't have to show that. It's basically he was live. So the stream, he spoke for about 20 minutes. So if you're going to clip it, the cameras were live for about 2 hours, and he didn't show up until like the last 20 minutes. So he spoke for about 20 minutes. So maybe you can clip it and show it for later.
Later.
But yeah, he was
later. We've been going for 3.5 hours. Tomorrow, 3
whatever.
hours.
You can put it on fanfare.
Hold on. I got a wife. I got these 2 little doggies. It's her birthday in 3 days, so I got to go out husband shopping. Ashley and the kids will be here tomorrow. I got to load up on vitamin C so that I don't get any kennel cough or anything. Oh,
I think I'm going to start my own channel. What do you think?
I am
Breaking news.
So busy this weekend. These kids because it's one of my granddaughter's birthdays, so she's coming down to celebrate. Good. And then, of course, it's Father's Day, which all of you fathers, we'll be celebrating that. And then it's Robin's birthday, all in the span of like 3 days. I got to cram all this in. So no, let you know now.
Take priority, Barry. No worries.
we won't be doing another show today, but so go ahead. So what did you listen to what JD was saying?
No, I just saw where he came in, and then I did a grok. I said, what did he speak about? That's why I told you what he did. Didn't actually hear the actual context.
Okay.
But it may be interesting. I'll check it later. But the second story, moving on real quick, is interesting. Elon is helping out Iraq. They have officially approved Starlink's operating license, paving the way for satellite internet service across Iraq. Not Iran, for a viewer in the chat, across the country, in a major step forward for connectivity, technology, and economic growth.
So let me ask you a question. Since I will admit to being geographically challenged, how far away is Iraq from Iran?
That is a good question. Let's do. Yeah. Hey, Grok is good. Thinking about your request. It's live TV, folks. All right. So it's still thinking. So it's about 994 miles.
So 994,000 miles from Iraq to Iran. And you're telling me that on the same day all this happens, just coincidentally, Starlink is putting satellite service right there.
There's no coincidence.
You think that satellite that's going right there is you're going to spend $1 gazillion putting up a satellite in there, and you're saying you're only going to be doing Starlink in Iraq?
No, I thought about it too. We'll be monitoring that. Of course. We got eyeballs all over. Remember, you said Space Force could read the doorknobs on their homes. Right?
So there is still so much going on, and I don't need to be. I'm not no tinfoil hat there. That's just some obvious stuff right there. All right, so what?
All right, I sent you the big story for the end, and here you go. 5 minutes ago, clandestine posted. I'm going to let you look at this. This is very
okay. Well, at the G7,
you want to read it?
Yeah, in front of the media from all over the world, Trump said that Obama paved the way for Iran to obtain nuclear weapons and that their plan was to destroy Israel and the entire Middle East. Trump just revealed the big secret to the world. Class is in session. The world is being briefed. It's not just, did I just say this? I mean, when did he post it?
Did.
He just posted it. That's pretty much what
He's
I just said.
watching you.
Class is in session. The world is being briefed. It's not just the American people Trump is talking to. He's talking to the entire world. That's why this was a global press conference. The global public are being prepared for world-altering news. The world must be informed of the great criminality that took place before there can be justice. The landing must be soft and gradual. Trump is preparing the world for what must be done. Obama and all those involved in supplying Iran with nuclear weapons must be held accountable. Trump just prevented World War III and saved the world, and it was the Obama administration and their global crime syndicate that was behind the plot. And what's this? All the different televisions of stations from around the world. I'm telling you, like I said, and I posted, as I heard him talk, I said, I firmly am more convinced that this was the objective, that this is what he wanted, because there's so much gray area. Oh my gosh, I'm looking up. If there's anything if there's anything that tells you that Fox is in the tank, look at this. I didn't make this up. Oh, sorry, wrong. I gotta fix that. It'll come back on in a second here. Come on. Oops, wrong remote. Hold on. Live TV. Here we go.
$3 billion a year.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Directly into the coffers of the regime.
And what do you think they'll do with that money?
Well, money's fungible. They can do whatever they want with it, and without.
Yeah, the fact that they're bringing Mike Pence on to talk badly about. You're done. You're done.
Goodbye. Bye, Felicia. It's kind of like I loved it when Trump says, "Where you from? Oh, ABC." No, you're fake news.
You got Mike Pence saying that Iran is going to take the money and read. They just said this. Hold on. Look at
the United States makes a commitment here to arrange for other countries in the region.
So the crawl absolutely says he's got the uranium. That right now, watch what happens over the next couple of days. We may see some terrorist attacks. We may see some crazy stuff because the deep state, he played his card. Now you have to wonder what their card is. What are they going to do? Because they're not going to like this at all.
I'm wondering whether he has it already, because remember the helicopter was in there last week. I mean, I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat. I mean, they did the same. They did it down in Venezuela. They extracted it, right? It was no one seemed to bat an eye on that. So I'm gonna go with Trump. He just lays out the little crumbs and he gets the media to go around chasing their tails and putting their heads up their arses. I mean, I love it. I love it.
And how easy are they to predict? That's the other thing. We know how they're going to act. We know the message.
Operation Mockingbird
is just going to do it. And so you watch over the next couple of days how these people react. I bet you Andy McCarthy and all the liberals and Schumer and Jeffries, he caved, Trump caved. And I was going to say they have no idea what's coming, but I think they do have an idea what's coming. I think they absolutely have an idea what's coming. And the part that they can't stop, because if there's nothing being fired, the gas prices are going to drop. They're just going to go down.
Yes, they are already.
Yeah.
All right, folks, I'm just going to answer the chat here. Yes, I know Iran and Iraq share a border. They're talking about the capitals where they go from each other 900 miles.
Oh, okay.
So I get it. Thank you for all that, chat. Thank you.
They were correcting you.
Yeah.
Don't mess up because they're very quick.
Oh, I know. Look, I verify, and I appreciate the chat's great. Thank you.
So they were talking from Baghdad to Tehran. That's 900 miles.
Correct.
But they actually have
they share a border.
Oh, okay. So they're right there.
But still, the bottom line is the Starlink. The first thing I thought is it's not going to be used just for internet access. Come on.
It's listening and watching. Right? That was a serious tell. He was like, we're just going to park this over your head, and we're watching and listening to everything you do. Okay, right here, right here. And then that's the other
Space Force.
think about the other part of this. If they've blown Iran's capacity to bits in terms of their internet capacity, I said capacity twice, then who are they going to turn to help rebuild their internet?
Mr. Trillionaire.
Yeah, I can have you guys.
There's no coincidences.
I can have you up and running in 2 days.
Yeah.
But we're gonna know everything. Oh my God, this is so. It's well pretty wild. But I like I said, I'm just confident.
We got another short show today, folks. I hope you enjoyed it.
And you sent me a 20-minute video. I'm like, when?
Come on, we can do it.
You know, I could put it on because I have to do so much stuff in the background, and I was going to run a 30-minute after party, so I can put the JD Vance video on and let that run as the after party. I could always do that. Let me see if I can download it. Let me know. Do people want to see it? They want to see it.
Type 1 if you want to see it. Type 1 in chat if you want to see it.
And I will endeavor to download this and get it put together. So what's it looking like?
I'm seeing people saying do it. Yeah, I see a couple. I see some ones coming in. Yeah, give them something to watch for the after party. Yeah, there you go.
I'm trying to download. I may have to go into the other studio. Yeah, I'm going to have to go into the other studio to do it. So what I'm going to do is this. I'll do super chats. I'll start the after party so it's not dead air. And then my other computer has the program I can download live streams because that's a live stream, and it's just my interim program won't allow it here. So I will go do that, and then while the after party's running, don't leave. I'll put it up right there. So just we'll do that.
See you all later, folks.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Yeah, so stay tuned. I got to go into the other room to get that put together, and then I'll run it as the after party. So just give me a second after we break, and it'll probably take me 5 minutes to go download it and get it over here. So hold on. All right, so while we're waiting for that, let me do super chats now. Swakovsky, thank you. Wet morning here. Where's here? That's right, you live in Illinois. How do I know that? Because I sent you a hat. The Memphis Conservative, my God, all these wins I'm getting full over here. Stay blessed. The Memphis again. I see those so-called broke people still buying the new Jordan sneakers when they come out. They're still buying. Is Trump going on again? What is this? The camera just came on again. I don't know if he comes out. I'll put him on. Buying their smoky smoke, if you know what I mean. Oh, I know what you mean. Demon of Cybertron, what's the phrase of the stone? I am inevitable. He's talking about, what's the guy's name in that movie in the Avengers? But yes, you're exactly right. Brian, wow, this is huge. When this falls into place, holy smokes, I cannot wait for this to happen. I need to buy a 50-gallon drum of popcorn. Finacci, both of Newsom's parents are deceased. So where'd the money come from? Good question. Scruffy, my question is, why didn't they say anything? They never say anything. Pekoski, thank you. Brian Newland again. Funny thing, while the media has been reporting on this MOU, Iran has been silent as a church mouse. They were probably told to shut up. Yeah, I noticed that as well. And Nathan, I just had a wild idea. The U.S. should allow the European soccer tourists to be able to fire a pew-pew only if a pew-pew range and supervises a benefit for visiting the U.S. Yeah, he's talking about the fact that there's so many videos where these people are experiencing America, and they can't even believe that we get to do some of the things we do here in America. All right, so thank you guys. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to put the after party on. It'll probably run for like 5 minutes, and then I'm going to download JD Vance's video, and I'll start it as soon as I come back to this computer. SV, if you just want to let people know what's going on, and they can expect it, because there's nothing else I can put on for that long. Yeah, no. All right, so I'll be back real soon.
It is great to be here. How we doing, Long Island? Now, you're gonna have to forgive me. I've been selling a book that I came out with for the past 2 days, and I'm also getting over a cold, so I sound like Darth Vader right now. I'm losing my voice a little bit. I apologize for that. Now, I'm not supposed to talk about the book, so I'm supposed to be talking about what a disaster Tom Suozzi is, your current congressman. So I'm going to tell you that Tom Suozzi, because I'm not supposed to talk about the book, Tom Suozzi would definitely not buy the book Communion by J.D. Vance, available everywhere books are sold starting yesterday. So go out and get that book, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. We got Brick Suit Man here, a celebrity in his own right. It's good to see you guys. Here's a simple thing. What is going on in this great congressional district? I love Long Island. I love the people of this district. I love everything you stand for and you represent. But you guys have got the worst congressman in the entire United States represent you. You guys have got Katie Hochul, but pretends to be a reasonable moderate. Well, she's the worst governor in America, but it's like she had a brain transplant into Tom Suozzi because he doesn't represent you, he represents her. And let's send him back to Long Island and send LaPetri to Washington, D.C. Let me give a shout out, of course, to a few people here. I want to say thank you. We've got the great Mike LaPetri. Mike, please raise your hand, stand up, be recognized. You're doing a great job, man. Where is Mike? He might still be backstage. Mike, thank you for everything that you're doing. We actually had, because I was a little bit late coming out here, we've got Bruce Blakeman, the great gubernatorial candidate. Bruce is going to make a great governor, and we've got Representative Nick LaLota here from New York 1. Nick, where are you? So, my friends, I'm here today because our administration is focused on restoring trust in America and restoring trust in the American dream, and we're focused on actually delivering results for all of you, using that big, beautiful Capitol building in Washington, D.C. to pass legislation that makes you safer, that makes you freer, and makes you more prosperous. But we need a little bit of help from New York 3. Because for the last year and a half, you have had a guy who runs around pretending that he is an ally and an advocate of the people of this district. When he gets to Washington, he votes and acts and thinks exactly like Nancy Pelosi and Katie Hochul. Tom Suozzi. Suozzi, what are you doing, my man? He gets there, and we have the biggest working class and middle class tax cut in American history. We've got tax cuts on overtime, tax cuts on tips, tax cuts on Social Security. We had the biggest reduction in state and local taxes that we put in that one big beautiful bill. And what did Suozzi do? Did he vote for you? No, he voted against you and his masters in Washington, D.C. When we voted, when we cut taxes on tips, Tom Suozzi voted for Nancy Pelosi instead of you. When we cut taxes on overtime, he voted for Nancy Pelosi instead of you. When we cut that state and local tax, when we increased that state and local tax deduction, Suozzi voted for Nancy Pelosi instead of you. So this November, I think we've got a very simple request. If Tom Suozzi is going to vote for Nancy Pelosi, why don't just send him back home with Nancy Pelosi and send a real American to represent this great district? Here's the other thing that we've done. We haven't just cut your taxes. We haven't just seen record job creation over the past couple of months. And of course, we know that because we had to take care of business over there in the Middle East, we've seen a little increase in gas prices. Notice how that's already coming back down. 50 cents down on the dollar just in the last couple of weeks. So what did the president say? The president said, we're going to go take care of businesses. We're going to go take care of business, Gas prices are going to come up a little bit. But when we take care of business, you know what's going to happen? Number one, gas prices are going to come down. Number two, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And number three, every single one of you will be safer. But it's not just about that, it's about safety. Because what good is money in your pocket if you don't feel safe walking around your own community in order to spend it? What good is money in your pocket if you can't take your family out to dinner because New York City is one of the most dangerous cities in the world? And that was the story before Donald Trump became president. But you know what's happened in the last couple of years? New York City has had its lowest murder rate in many, many decades. And you know why? Because we got illegal criminals out of our country and in prison and stood behind our law enforcement. It was that simple. This is not rocket science. And you would think that Mr. Suozzi would support us. You would think he would support us in fighting for law enforcement. You would think he would support us in making the streets of New York and our entire country safer. But what did this guy do? Every single time he had an opportunity to vote for you, he voted for Katie Hochul and Nancy Pelosi. Every time he had an opportunity to defy the Democrat Party bosses and show that he fought for the people of this district, he ignored you and took his marching orders from the most far-left Democrats anywhere in the world. So here's a simple question. When it comes to November, are we going to stand for Suozzi? Are we going to stand for a guy who voted with Nancy Pelosi every single time? No. But are we going to send LaPetri to Congress to fight for you? There he is. I was doing a little reading trying to understand Suozzi. I don't know the guy, obviously. I know what he votes for, and most importantly, I know that he votes against every single person in this room, but I was trying to understand what is it that Suozzi cares about? What does he actually stand for? And I see a guy who listens to the Democrat Party bosses as that party has just become anti-everything that is good. They're anti-women playing in women's sports. They want men to play in women's sports, the craziest thing. They become anti-Semitic in the Democratic Party. They become anti-Christian in the Democratic Party. They become anti-white in the Democratic Party. And what I love about the Republican Party is whether you're black or white, whether you're a Jew, a Christian, or a person of no faith, the thing about the Republican Party is that if you work hard, you play by the rules, and you love this country, you are welcome on our team. That's not Suozzi, but it's the people in this room. But I did, ladies and gentlemen, as much as Tom Suozzi's against a lot, and he always votes against the interests of the people of this district, I did discover that Tom Suozzi is really good at one thing: trading stocks. This guy, I gotta tell you, if you need a congressman, you got to elect LaPetri. But if you need a congressman, if you need somebody who's going to fight for you in Washington, D.C., Mike LaPetri is your guy. But if you need a wealth manager, put your money wherever Tom Suozzi is putting his money. Because this is a man who hates representing you but loves sitting at his desk and trading stocks. I can just imagine him voting against working family tax cuts. I can just imagine him voting to raise your taxes but sitting at his beautiful congressional desk on his Robinhood account trading stocks. Because that's all this guy does, is he trades stocks and then he doesn't disclose them. He uses inside information. Because here's the thing about being a congressman or a vice president is you get information that nobody else has. Now, if you're a patriotic and decent person, you use that information to try to make informed decisions about what legislation you're going to support, about what foreign policy decisions you're going to support. But no. What Suozzi does is that he uses that information to trade stocks. So he gets rich with the very public trust that you gave him, while you get poorer because he votes to raise your taxes. Is that a good trade for New York 3? No. Of course not. So I happen to think whether you agree with us on every issue, of course nobody's ever going to agree with us on every issue. One of the things I love about this district is it's full of independent people. Democrats who might vote for a Republican, independents who make up their own mind. My pitch to those Americans is not that you're always going to agree with the vice president or the president on every issue. My pitch to them is that you need to have somebody like Mike LaPretrie who's fighting for you. You need somebody who goes and doesn't trade stocks, but tries to get legislation passed that makes your life better. You need somebody who is not getting rich off the public trust, but is trying to make you rich with every single decision that he makes. That's Mike LaPretrie. Send Swazi packing. Send him somewhere else but Washington, D.C. And there's apparently one more thing that Swazi really likes. He likes fraud. Because unfortunately, the story of this state has been that your government, your leadership, and too many of your congressmen have allowed the government to rip you off and give your money to fraudsters. Just yesterday, we announced something. You know, I'm the leader of the Fraud Task Force. And people ask me, is it hard to find fraud? And I'll tell them, it's not hard to find fraud in the U.S. federal government. Unfortunately, it's hard to root it out. It's hard to fight against it, but it is not hard to find fraud. Just yesterday, we announced a Department of Justice lawsuit against the state Medicaid director of this state. So here's what the state Medicaid director in New York would do. Facilitated fraud by using a sham bidding process. This person was actually inviting fraudulent bidders to come in and take advantage of your tax dollars so that we could send it to fraudsters instead of you.
Well, I'll tell you two things that do not reassure the American people.
You do not want your government facilitating fraud. You want your government fighting against fraud. And one of the things that I love about Mike LaPretrie is that he cares about this fraud issue just as much as I do. He happens to believe in an old-fashioned good government concept that when you pay your taxes, it ought to go to the services and the national security needs that it's meant to go towards. It shouldn't go to fraudsters. It shouldn't go to fraudsters who take advantage of your tax dollars. It shouldn't go to fraudsters who will literally steal money out of the Medicaid fund in order to enrich themselves. It shouldn't go to people who would steal food out of the mouths of poor children. It should go to the people who need it. One of the things I love about our country, ladies and gentlemen, is that we are generous people. When we see a kid who can't afford food, sometimes my family growing up would benefit from these programs. When we see a kid who can't afford food, we say, you know what? We're going to help you. When we see a person who has a treatable illness but can't afford medical care, you say, you know what? We're going to help you. Whether it's the Medicaid program or a local charity. You know what these fraudsters are doing? They are taking advantage of American generosity to enrich themselves, and we need somebody who's going to put them in jail and protect your money, and that's exactly what we're doing under the administration. And that's where I want to take a break here and leave you all. And I just want to say, first of all, this is an amazing place, an amazing district. Driving around here, this is your home. And you love it because it's your home. You love it because of its beauty. I mean, this is just, I've always loved Long Island. I've always loved the culture. I've always loved the accents. Your accents are a little bit different than mine back in Ohio. That's right. But here's the thing I love most about this district is you love this country as much as I do. And what makes America a great country, it's not politicians, it's not public policy, it's you all. It's America's people. But what you need in Washington, D.C. is people who make your life easier. Nobody in Washington is going to fix all your problems. Nobody in Washington is going to solve everything that's wrong in the United States of America. We're going to do that together as an American community working together. But you know what's not going to help you? When fraudsters are taking advantage of your money, and that's what Swazi has voted to protect. You know what's not going to help you? When people raise your taxes, when they take your hard-earned money and give it to those fraudsters. And that's what Swazi has voted for every step of the way. You know, I grew up in a family where I couldn't afford personal security. We barely had enough money to put food on the table some months. But you know what we did have? We had public safety. We had safe neighborhoods. Because everybody, Democrat and Republican, agreed that whether you were rich or poor, you deserved to be able to walk down the streets with safety and security. Don't we want that for every kid in America, rich or poor, black or white? We believe that you shouldn't have to get rich off of Tom Swazi stock trades before you have access to public safety. It is the birthright of every man, woman, and child in this country. So when you go to the polls, look, ladies and gentlemen, I know this is a diverse district. You guys have got a whole host of opinions, and I love that about you. I'm not asking you to vote for us. I'm not asking you to vote for Mike LaPetri because you're going to agree on every single issue. I'm asking you to vote for him because unlike Swazi, he's going to fight for you. Unlike Swazi, he's going to lower your taxes. Unlike Swazi, he's going to help our police throw those bad guys in prison so you can walk down the street in safety. And unlike Swazi, he is going to fight for every man, woman, and child of this district. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great country. All we need to do to protect it is to stop sending crazy people to Washington, D.C. So from one vice president to the people of the New York's 3rd Congressional District, what I'm asking you is to kick crazy Tom Swazi the hell out of Washington. Send us somebody we can work with, and Mike LaPetri. Thank you all. It's great to be with you.